Welcome to our Environment and Integrated Catchments Committee meeting for the lovely spring. It's a beautiful day out there, and welcome back into level 2. But obviously we have parents at home still with tamariki, so Zoom is our best option for today. Could we please open with a karakia piri?
Tēnā koe chia, tēnā tātou katoa. Our karakia is a new one called Whakataka Te Hau. Kia ora tātou. Whakataka Te Hau ki te ururu. Whakataka Te Hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta. Kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura. He teo, he huka, he hauhu. Tihei mauri ora. A tēnā koe e te tiomana.
Tēnā koe pire. Well, tēnā tātou katoa. To start off, do we have any notices? No, if we have no notices. We have an apology from Peter Paku, and I believe Roger will be joining us soon. So Annalee, will we need a mover and a seconder for those apologies?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I'm happy to move, and Rick's happy to second. All those who agree say aye or raise your thumb. Ka pai. Carried. Thank you. Do we have any conflict of interest declarations for the items discussed today? If there are none, thank you. Turning to the confirmation of the minutes from our last meeting, the 23rd of June, do we have any alterations or corrections from those meeting minutes? Right, I'm happy to move those minutes. Can I please have a seconder? Thank you, Yurav. All those who agree, say aye. Thumbs up. Kia ora. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, members. Item number 4, follow-ups from the previous meetings. If I can hand over to you, James, to run us through those, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, in the interest of time, can I suggest that they are taken as read, and happy to take questions in relation to any of those.
Ka pai. Questions. Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Madam Chair, apologies. I was actually wanting to just raise a matter arising out of the minutes from the last agenda item. Is it possible we could put rewind on the meeting? Sure. And go back?
Yes, of course.
Look, thank you for that. One of the items in the minutes was the prospect of a terms of reference for reviewing arrangements between Napier City and Hawke's Bay Regional Council into the ownership of infrastructure assets. And one of the points that I took from our discussion of the review reports from the flood event was that one of the more constructive things we could do is rationalise the relative ownership of the stormwater network, pipes versus drains, for example. And so really just an update on that terms of reference, where that's got to is the question, and how that might relate to the findings of those studies.
Through you, Chair, the terms of reference for that review have been prepared, and I'll pass to Mr. Dolly to provide some commentary on those.
Yes, so we have finalised the terms of reference between Napier City Council and Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and commissioned Morrison Lowe to undertake a review of the current arrangements between the two organisations. That review will take approximately 9 weeks to be completed. It's very much looking at the ownership, operating and maintenance responsibilities. It's not reviewing any infrastructure plans or anything like that to determine whether they're fit for purpose, but it will generally comment on the infrastructure planning process. So about 9 weeks to finish that piece of work, and then we intend to bring a draft copy of that work to a workshop with both Napier City Council and Hawke's Bay Regional Council for any input. And I very much see this particular study as a first step should there be any move from the status quo.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No worries. Mr. Curtin, Councillor, would you like matters arising from the minutes also?
No, it was, well, I did have a potential question around the issue of the transition arrangement for between Napier City and Hastings District on the Coastal Hazards funding model. Can someone just update us quickly on where that transition document's at?
Yes, I can do that. So we're working on a response to council. I've received a draft response of how we intend to respond to the request for further information. So that's one part. The transition document, we're just commencing that work and engaging the appropriate skill set to assist us with that.
Great. Have you got a time frame for that at all, Chris?
What we're doing at the next joint committee for the coastal strategy is actually looking at the time frame forward and understanding how all of the pieces of the jigsaw fit together, and we'll also receive some guidance from the joint committee. So once all that's happened, I'm happy to come back with an updated timeline for all of those activities.
Can we just treat that as a follow-up for the next meeting?
Yep, happy to do that. Yep.
Thank you. So back to item 4, the follow-ups. Do we have any questions from the follow-up items? Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question in regard to agenda item 1. Katrina, I'm just looking at, well, firstly, the first line, you're talking about a 1 in 250-year event. Can you clarify what that situation is there, because it conflicts a little with the other documents we've had in last week. Can you help us there with that first paragraph?
Good morning. I've had to have some assistance from Chris Dolly on this one, but he notes that as per the analysis carried out by HBRC staff with advice from NIWA, the rainfall event was approximately a 1 in 100 return period event, and the flooding event likely exceeded a 150-year event for most of Napier City.
Thank you for that. So just a clarification on those numbers there. Can I take, I've forwarded a bit of a brief for you yesterday on, I think it's the 4th paragraph down, and it's about the engagement that we've had with Napier City. It sort of follows on from Councillor Williams's earlier question. We've had engagement with Napier City on their wastewater, and I'm taking it because of the link that also includes stormwater in relation to wastewater. Is that a fair observation, or is they quite distinct conversations about their waste versus storm?
They are distinct conversations, absolutely. You'll recall we put a paper to council, I can't remember which committee it was now, a couple of weeks back, about the TLA engagement program that we have. And essentially what the team are doing is monitoring consent conditions and ensuring compliance with those consent conditions. And they do that in a multitude of ways throughout the tiers of management and the council.
Sure, I appreciate that we had that conversation on, if you like, compliance, and I see you've referenced that later on, but this is in regard to their actual infrastructure. So what you're saying in your follow-up item is that the regional council is comfortable with, is satisfied with the proposed infrastructure program, presenting an ambitious timeline for improvements, etc., and the integrity and capacity of that. What I'm interested to know is the basis on which you've come to that position, what the conversations entailed, what they look like, and what is the intended if you like, engagement look like going forward? So we've got compliance is one thing, but what we've got here is that future development of infrastructure, and how do we engage with Napier City to if you like, collaborate with them on their rollout and their timetable for that implementation. Can you help me with that process?
Sure. Essentially, their infrastructure rollout is really led by them. It's not a matter for HBRC to manage or monitor. We're there to monitor and as a compliance, as the regulatory body, there to control quality and ensure quality of discharge, not quantity. We have engaged with them in their LTP process to good effect. They've put in a huge amount of money over the next 10 years, 114 million in 10 years. It represents 7% of their rate take being spent on stormwater, 27% of their rate take on three waters, 42 million on operational spend on stormwater alone, significant projects, 30 million stormwater, 29 million on flood alleviation projects, and that's not including the 24 million on the Ahuriri estuary projects. All of those projects, of course, are to be delivered by Napier City, and they've got a program set out in their LTP, just as we do for our projects. In terms of engagement on that, it is really, as a regulatory body, to ensure compliance with consents.
I hear you, Katrina, but we do this dance every time, and we still end up with the same position where I think the direction of council was to have a significant collaborative approach, and I'm not hearing that from you. So we need obviously another discussion about that. But going back to my question,
we are absolutely collaborating with NCC on many levels, sure. But in terms of directing their timeframes for infrastructure rollout, that's not a role that we have.
Can I suggest, members? Yep. Can I just suggest that this obviously needs more time and a bigger conversation? We've got a heavy agenda, and I know where you're coming from, Councillor Curtin, but we do need to move on, and we have other committee members wanting questions. So
that's
can we
fine.
park this? Yeah.
Yeah, we can, but I do need an answer to the question, Chair, as to the basis on which a statement in the follow-up item was made. So can we have the detail around where have we arrived at the point of describing as the system as ambitious but with integrity and capacity? What is the background for the regional council coming to that position? That's a simple question.
Yep.
Chair, so perhaps I can help you. So look, in terms of the requirements of the Regional Resource Management Plan and the requirements of the consents held by Napier City, the judgment of our regulatory team is that the program of investment and activity by Napier City Council is satisfactory with achieving what is required of them at the current point in time. However, as Council is aware, we are reviewing the Regional Resource Management Plan through Kotahi. We do have higher standards coming through the tank policies. We do expect that there will be further national direction from Taumata Arawai around Three Waters, national standards, etc. That's all to be determined, and it's not at this point clear what other performance standards that will be required in time on all Three Waters assets. We have scheduled a joint workshop of councillors from Napier City Council and the Hawke's Bay Regional Council to discuss in the first instance stormwater, but I suggest we cover the full program of Three Waters so that councillors can be fully briefed on the proposed ambitious activities of the Napier City Council.
Thank you, James. We have a question from Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. It's a more straightforward question. I facetiously wonder whether Councillor Curtin is contemplating standing for Napier City Council next election. He might have more line of sight, but within that ambitious program of asset upgrades and investments that Katrina very helpfully outlined, I'm just wondering, do we happen to know, starter for 10, whether it includes any proposal in addition to the water supply pipeline upgrades, for upgrading the 1 in 10-year event stormwater pipe network?
I understand there's $30 million allocated for what's described as stormwater flood alleviation. I believe that is looking at, within the current network, the opportunities to improve performance so that future flood events are minimised. I don't believe, and I can confidently say that $30 million wouldn't come within a bull's roar of a significant upgrade in the overall level of service from that currently provided by the network. That would be, for example, if the network was to be taken to a 1 in 50 or 1 in 100, well, 1 in 100, particularly for the pipe network, we would be talking hundreds of millions of dollars. But those are all matters that I think councillors should explore with officers and governors from the Napier City Council during our upcoming workshop.
Thank you, James. Councillor Foss.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question to Chris or maybe James. Just that engagement that you were describing with in Napier City Council in particular, has it all been to your expectation of general good faith, you know, a bit of a steely eye on the end game here, and you know, just no bias out there at all, just trying to do the right thing for the area, in particular the recent events in Napier? I'm just trying to gather your or James's feel for all parties are kind of willing and able to listen and to try for some kind of solution, because you know we hear through the grapevine every now and then other versions of that, so it'd be quite good just to get your impression from your engagement.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to have a first go at answering that. So look, at a service delivery perspective, so that's the asset management team and their services team. Look, we meet very frequently to discuss the issues of the combined network. So we meet monthly at a strategic level discussion with senior asset planning staff from both organisations, and we also have an operational meeting on a monthly basis in which the operators of the schemes get together. I'd say the relationship is strong and is collaborative. For instance, Napier City Council over the last 4 years has done a full model of their stormwater system. It's the first time Napier had undertaken such a significant total review of the network. The Regional Council provided our models and our information into that process, and Napier City Council are sharing the outputs of that process with us. And in fact, last Friday, their consultants for that work, Stantec, held a briefing specifically for Regional Council to focus on our particular assets that were analysed as part of that process. So I'd say the relationship is good. In the operating environment, when incidents are occurring, staff are working together, and they describe that to me as working together collaborative and cooperatively. Now, in an incident, not every issue can be solved, but on the whole, the two teams are working together. And in fact, in the last incident, the Regional Council provided staff and equipment to assist in responding to the event. So hopefully that provides some insight.
Chair, if I could just add that I do understand that both the strategic and operational meetings do have structured agendas, and minutes are kept of those. So there is a record of the engagement between both. I would say, though, that in both in relation to Napier City Council's asset team and the Regional Council asset team, is that both have incredibly ambitious work programs that are largely informed by quite a lot of catch-up and investment by both councils, which is compensating perhaps for a lack of investment historically. And so both teams are under significant pressure, have a lot on. And so, I think that is an important contextual reality for both teams. And both teams have struggled on occasion to secure the necessary expertise, either directly in the employment market or from the consultancy and contracting market in as timely a manner as we wish, given the national shortage of capability around Three Waters management generally. So they're doing their best in a relatively difficult operating context.
Thank you, James. Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just want to update the council on a meeting held early last week, which was of the Civil Defence Group, which received the reports on the Napier flood from both the infrastructure point of view and from the operation of civil defence. The group has decided clearly that each of the reports is to be taken seriously, as it should. That all of the issues identified in each of the reports is to be set out, and a program of work is going to be assigned to each of the issues to make sure that we cover off all of the points. From the Napier flood point of view, there are two broad headings here. Firstly, the infrastructure. I know there's a tendency to look down at how it failed, how much it failed, but from my perspective, I look at this as if it's an NCEA exam and it's either an achieved or not achieved. And clearly, from the point of view of the stormwater, it was a not achieved. Now, we have to get this to a confidence that it will be an achieved result next time around. So there's going to be some clear work done on the engineering side of it. All of that's being getting underway. The other aspect of it is to be the management and governance of the network. That'll be thoroughly reviewed, and again, a report will come back on that. With regard to the civil defence capability, that also is a job that's going to be taken very seriously, and a lot of work is going to be put into that. Now, what I am just trying to avoid is where we've got one for each issue having 2 or 3 streams of work being done and staff being pushed around doing it 2 or 3 different times. So I get that we are very concerned about this, as we should be. I get that we're all going to committed to making sure we get a good result out of this, as we should be. But I just want to make sure we don't start doubling up on our work. Just to make it clear, the Civil Defence Group have got their eyes steelily and beadily focused on this to get this thing resolved. We're not going to let this happen again. And I agree with James. It's going to take quite a substantial investment. Make no mistake about that.
Great, thank you, Barker. Well, it seems that we have much review and workshop, all streamlined, as you've said, Councillor Barker, to look forward to in the Three Waters space. So if there are no other questions, I'd like us to move on to the next agenda item, which is a call for minor items not on the agenda. Are there any minor items?
Sorry, can I just ask that the follow-up items be
moved?
Leave?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move, and Councillor Barker is happy to second. All those who agree, say aye. Thank you. Against? Carried. Thank you. Call for minor items not on the agenda. Are there any minor items? Councillor Foss.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to speak about the Karatu Whenua stream in Havelock North in my minor items presentation, please.
Stream, fantastic. Any other minor items? No, if there are not. Now we move into the decision items part of the meeting, and we have Ian and Campbell join us for the Biosecurity 2021 annual report and the 21-22 ops plan. So if I can hand it over to you, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Morena koutou committee. Good to see you all. Look, I'll hand over to Campbell to run you through the annual report and operational plan. Just a couple of comments at the front end. These are both items that are required by law for us to produce. So this is part of an annual cycle of production of these documents. The point to note is that particularly the operational plan does not yet reflect the proposed changes that we're working through and are going to be discussed later on the agenda items around possum management. So we're not at the point to fully reflect that, albeit that you'll note that we have increased monitoring of possums. So there is an increased effort in that space, but we haven't brought that full program across into the report yet. And equally, the plant pest review that we have currently underway and is close to concluding is not reflected in this. So this, if you like, this report, if you like, and plan reflects kind of our transition across to the new model that we're hoping to be able to get across the line sort of later this year, early next year, which you'll hear about shortly in a subsequent paper. So look, I'll hand over to Campbell and he can run you through the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian, and good morning, everyone. Just before I get underway, I'd like to acknowledge that the period I'm reporting on actually, Mark Mitchell led the team, and I just wanted to thank him for that and note that, because without that, I couldn't have actually gone and been involved in the Right to Replace project, which was a fascinating project to actually be involved in. So I just wanted to make that brief comment. Look, I'll take the report as read, but look, I've got some key points I just wanted to make as we go through, and then really open it up to the opportunity for councillors for questions. So I think for me, the starting point, particularly if you look at the plant pest team, then there's a really busy year just gone for them, over 2,000 visits, and recognising that this is only a team of 4 people, and that those 2,000 plus visits actually, on top of that, there are a whole bunch of other things they're involved in as well. And you'll see in the detail of the annual report, they did over 100 digger or mower inspections. We've also been working really closely with the asset management team around the risks and challenges associated with CNG seed dispersal from gravel in the rivers. And that's actually taken quite a bit of time. And I think in conjunction with the asset management team, we're actually working towards A, better understanding the issue, and B, potentially being able to come up with some options for solutions. But that's taken a lot of the pest plant team time as well. Then if you move over to the more the animal pest control side of things, so you'll see in there that there's, in terms of rook control, so down to 109 active rook nests. Now, if you step back 19 or 20 years, that figure was when we first started the treatment, or in the first few years of treating using aerial control for rooks, that figure was around 2,800 nests treated on in that particular annual period then. So I think that's a really good news story, but it also signals to some extent the length of time that you've got to invest in to actually show progress on a number of these either pest plants or pest animals. Probably the other one in here, which is of real interest to councillors, and particularly we've got this paper later around the partial plan review for the possum control model and looking at the contracting. But the monitoring that Ian just mentioned before, so 127,000 hectares of monitoring done, and of that, so while in one sense it came back at a 2.1% residual trap catch average across all of those lines, and a lot of lines, about 1,700 of them, and so that's below, quite well below the 4% compliance rate. What's more of a concern is the 18% roughly of lines that actually failed and went above the 4%. So those are individual lines that failed. And that's, I think, a signal that all the discussion we've had around the current model and the challenges with individual occupiers undertaking their own control, and potentially the risks associated with that not being done effectively, and then the patchiness of the control you might get. But that for me is a really important thing to come out of last year, because it's a signal that while overall the program is meeting its targets, there's some real issues around the model and the need to consider that actually it is not working and potentially needs to change in terms of occupiers doing their own control versus a contractor doing the work. But that's a conversation over the next 6 to 9 months. A lot of work done on predator control as well. And so the focus there largely, though, is around getting mustelids. There's lots of by-target kills there, you'll see, but ultimately a large area of predator control across parts of the program. So look, I'll leave it there. There are lots of work done, but I think it's a good opportunity just to open up to councillors for questions.
Okay, thanks for that, Campbell. I do have one question before I hand it over. Is you talked about the bycatch. Did that include the 10 feral cats? Because that's quite a low number of cat catch. Is it because it's a byproduct?
Yeah, so we're not specifically targeting feral cats in the maintenance phase for predator control. Ultimately, it's something you can, when you do the initial knockdown, you can target them then because the techniques you use can pick them up. But when you come to the sort of the maintenance phase, you're after the mustelids, councillor. So, you know, stoats, ferrets mainly, but weasels from time to time as well.
Okay, thank you, Campbell. Okay, I'll start taking questions. Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair, and kia ora, everyone. First of all, just point out, if I had to measure the amount of engagement from community around what's important for us to do, then this is really where the rubber hits the road, because I put the call out to people what they're seeing out there with regards to pests, and everyone's got an opinion or observation about particular pests, but I'll start off with deer, because that's the one that I don't see probably highlighted enough in any of the report here or conversations previously. So at various field days, workshops, just one-on-one comms, deer seem to be a growing issue, and to me, biodiversity is really the key for this council around, you know, what's important for our environment with regards to, you know, protecting existing biodiversity and regenerating. And we know there's a lot of planting going on and it's ramping up, but we've got landowners out there now that are seeing native plantings and or pine tree plantings, you know, young completely getting wiped out by deer. And so my first question is really, you know, are the council are aware of this growing problem, and, you know, how do we try to ramp up addressing this in the current plan?
So thanks, Councillor. Look, I agree that and certainly staff are aware that deer are becoming an increasing issue across the region and have done probably for the last 2 or 3 years and are slowly increasing. So the challenge, and in fact with deer, particularly in our ecosystem prioritisation site, we actually do undertake site-specific control for deer. But the reality is that deer control is both difficult and expensive when you compare it, for example, to goat control. So there's absolutely an awareness that it's an increasing issue. I guess in terms of background context and where to from here at the moment, in terms of other than site-specific control areas of high biodiversity value, which any landowner could potentially, you know, apply to council to for potential assistance if they're an EP site and on the priority list. But setting that aside, there's also a wider initiative around deer going on at the moment. The Conservation Department have got a national deer strategy underway, and it's difficult to, so we effectively, to get a regional solution, there would have to be a range of things that would take place in terms of how you might actually invest and have a reasonable effect on the outcomes you're trying to get with regard to deer control. So short answer is, councillor, aware of the issue. We do provide assistance, particularly in ecosystem priority sites. Outside of that, in terms of broader scale control, not currently an option, and would require a much more coordinated and overviewed approach, not just at a regional, but probably national level, because there's legislation issues involved as well around the Wild Animal Control Act and different things. And so we are really interested in seeing what the National Deer Strategy from the Conservation Department comes up with as part of an overall process and solution.
Chair, through you, if I could perhaps
Ian, add? Yeah, could you add to that, please, Ian?
Perhaps what we could do, because look, I'm aware, councillor, that deer are an issue, and appreciate you've been contacted by landowners, as have I. Could I suggest that perhaps we leave that on the table, and when we get to the point where we understand the National Deer Strategy that DOC are producing, we bring that back for discussion to help frame our regional activity. The other thing I would say is just that most of our investment in protecting our ecosystem priority sites is actually deer fencing and or topping up of existing fences. So a large amount of money is spent on fencing out deer from these special habitats and then putting hunters in to remove those that might be stuck behind the fence. The problem is, of course, that when you're managing deer at a regional scale, because they're quite highly mobile species, it's difficult to, and very expensive, to manage them across vast areas of farmland. So it's not going to be without some significant challenges if we went down that route. But I would suggest that perhaps it's a topic that we bring back to you, some more discussion and more detail once we get a clearer indication of where the DOC deer strategy, national deer strategy, is going to go.
Ian, when might that be? When could we have that back to this committee?
Look, I don't know. I went and did some digging to try and find out, but I can't answer that. But I will find out and I'll let you know.
Can we have that as a follow-up item, please? Yeah, when you get those dates.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just, so thanks for that. Look, just one other point to that is on top of landowners' concerns, I've actually had quite good feedback from people that are willing to help. And so it may not necessarily be a redirection or an extra use of council resources, other than to perhaps just liaise with landowners that have the problem and enthusiasts and hunting clubs that are willing to help out, because I've had numerous people contact saying that they're keen to help out if they know where the problem is. So I'll just leave it there. So on to possums, I don't think too many people disagree with the trend. Some people are still happy that they just never see possums, and they're obviously in areas where there's still good engagement with the PCA program. Some definitely noticing the increasing trend, and so are keen to see what a review of the program might look like. But a question I have around possums is those on boundaries with DOC, and pretty frustrated that they're spending the money on controlling the possums, but they don't feel that DOC right on their boundary are doing anything or much at all. So I just wonder if you've got any comment to that.
Yeah, so look, how we're working in the region is that DOC have what effectively is called an exacerbated budget, and that money is available for effectively doing work which supports our regional pest management plan and your landowners on the plan, doing work on DOC land adjacent to that land. And so that's specifically designed to help reduce the sorts of risks you're talking about or issues you're talking about there, Councillor. The reality is, though, that the budget, if I remember last check, was around about $40,000 to $45,000 for the region. So it's not a significant amount of money in the context of the amount of area which is actually potentially DOC or conservation land sitting adjacent to landowners who have concerns about pests coming onto their own land. So, so that is effectively the mechanism in the budget, and ultimately we apply that as effectively as we can to the different DOC reserves across the PCA program. But again, in context, there's somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 hectares of conservation estate just within the PCA program itself, and that doesn't include at all the linear boundary with the ranges that a lot of farmers obviously have got as well. So that's the current context, if you like.
Okay, can I just close with one more point? Just to the other observations around increasing, rabbits and cats. So, I mean, I see there is some site-led stuff with that, but just to make you aware that people perceive those to be increasing issues as well.
Yep, absolutely understand that one.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. I have Councillor Foss, then Barker, then Williams. So Councillor Foss.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just reiterate the concerns that Councillor Foley raised. Many of us have been raising these issues for quite some time in and beyond this particular report, and I do acknowledge that, as you said, we've got a discussion item later on and around all things possums. But the deer issue, I'd actually think we need to put a bit of thinking time into this ourselves. We're contemplating different rating issues in around pest control for forestry. and we know there's a lot of forestry happening in our area, so it shouldn't be a surprise, but I think it would be good for us to start thinking about that. But you've got an action item there anyway. Campbell, can you just expand? You started to answer it when the chair asked you about this bycatch, because you know, a 9.9 in your paper and 9.1, you highlight you removing of 10 feral cats, 31 ferrets, 29 stoats, 460 hedgehogs, and 178 rats, as if that's great. Every one caught is great, but the numbers are very small. But maybe I'm misinterpreting it. But I guess it's important because you've highlighted it, and you've also said there's 54,000 hectares there. So that's kind of one cat every 5,400 hectares. Can you just explain a bit more what you meant by the bycatch?
Yes, I think what's important there is that across that 54,000 hectares, the principal target species is mustelids, so that's stoats, ferrets, and weasels. But the reality is with pest control devices, not one device doesn't catch everything. So you end up having a trap or a bait station which is highly effective at getting one, maybe two species, and it might catch others, but that's more of an off chance or bykill to the main species you're trying to target. And so in this case here, while you've got 54,000 hectares, and yes, every single one of those other things we've killed actually helps the overall process, but it doesn't, they're not being targeted per se. So that's why the numbers of those are relatively low in comparison to the total hectares which we're treating it over. Does that make sense?
You're targeting stoats and ferrets, aren't you?
Principally mustelids, your stoats, ferrets, and weasels, and so those are the one key targets.
In the previous year, Hawke's Bay Regional Council captured 31 ferrets across 54,000 hectares. Am I missing something? Is someone else catching a hell of a lot more somewhere, I hope?
Keep in mind that that's an area which has had now sustained mustelid targeted control for a few years. So you wouldn't be anticipating seeing a large number. You're effectively in a maintenance phase, and that's what the data is highlighting.
Okay, well, I think we could talk forever on that one. I'll just note, as other councillors have noted, there are weaknesses in our program, as you did address earlier, farms included, but not villages. I'll note in Waimarama 2 weeks ago, 22 possums were caught, 4 feral cats and 1 ferret by one person in 1 week. So it is and it continuing to be a major issue. But anyway, thanks for your explanations there. Just a couple of things. Page. What is this? 9.11. Oh, sorry, just below that, 9.11. Outcome monitoring showed increases in native bird abundance within the predator control area. That's fantastic. Sounds good. We all love that. Where's the data? How many were? What's the baseline? And so, how do we know this? I'm sure it's correct, but there must be some science there somewhere and some data that someone's measured the birds and the type of birds, tree or land or ground. Can that be provided, please? Where's that statement come from?
Yeah, so if you have a look it's more in the detail of the annual report itself under the research section, but basically it notes where all the research papers are that have been done in Cape to City. And so there's a bunch of papers here which outline firstly that what the baseline was. And so the monitoring was done, if I remember correctly, around about 2016 in terms of the baseline monitoring. And it included both a treatment and a non-treatment area. And the main focus for the actual outcome monitoring was around birds and in particular invertebrates. And then over the previous 3 or 4 years, that monitoring has been carried out on an annual basis by Manaaki Whenua, and they've provided us with research reports which outline what the results of that outcome monitoring is. So those are all available, and I can certainly get those off the website for the committee and get them circulated if you'd like that.
Well, no, I've seen some of it, but again, the possum count, it's great, it's low, but what is missing, of course, as we all realise, there's very high hotspots around the area. Some areas are very low, our region, and some are alive and well with possums. So just finally, Madam Chair, in the report itself, page 20, under the various tables, it says the Chief Technical Officer declares what things are unwanted. What criteria do they decide upon that? What's the reference? Is that something from Wellington or Doc or something? Or can you just enlighten us a little bit there, please? And that's me, Chair.
Yeah, look, what that's really referring to is the process under the Biosecurity Act by which the RPMP selects its pests. And so effectively that's, firstly, it's a community-driven context. So ultimately you have a range of potential pests and you have those which are then effectively identified as potential candidates for the RPMP. And then actually, if you went to, I think it's attachment 1 or 2 of the next paper, or the possum control partial plan review paper, it outlines a whole range of criteria under the Act that actually for a pest species to get into an RPMP that it needs to pass on or needs to be considered prior to it getting into the RPMP. And so that reference to the CTO is really a reference to the process by which you go through under the Biosecurity Act. And that's about firstly making sure that the pest is one where you can make a difference in terms of collective action is required. Under the Biosecurity Act, if individual action can deal with the issue, then there's no need for it to become effectively an RPMP pest. Secondly, if it is a pest of concern to the community, there's a range of criteria around what is the organism, what is its impacts, how might you manage it? And then there's a question around what's the most appropriate way to do that. And that goes across the different sorts of programs from progressive containment to sustained control, etc. And so you work through that range of criteria, and ultimately that allows you to establish whether or not a pest should be in there, and if so, what the sorts of management programs might be appropriate.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Campbell. We've got Councillor Barker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to draw Campbell and Ian's attention to para 15. And there it looks, speaks about having significant level of communication with Osprey, etc., etc. I do recall the council passing a resolution or having an expectation that we would get a joint report from our staff and from Osprey on possums, possum control, and so on, just so that the council boards could then ensure, see for themselves, that there was joined up thinking, joined up activity, etc., etc. Because a failure and this saw a possum explosion of possums and outbreak of PB. So when are we likely to get this report? I think it's supposed to be annually, but I recall asking for it on a number of occasions so far.
So, Councillor, perhaps I can respond to that. So we've got an annual cycle of reporting with Osprey. I'm just trying to remember the date that we had Dan Schmidt from Osprey, it was this year, present to council. So there has been a paper to this committee, perhaps not the last meeting, the meeting before, but it's a regular set item that we are bringing you every year. So we're partway through the cycle. So about early next year, you'll be getting another update from us on the Osprey relationship, which I can say is very, very good at the moment.
Thank you. Two minor things to follow up there. One is about deer. I'm very happy to help anybody with a problem with deer. Will give them my cell phone number. I'm happy to turn up from time to time and have a bit of a poke around and look-see. With regard to the overall pest issue, the way this report reads and the way we articulate this, it seems that the dealing with pests and the like is a council problem. But should we be looking to try and turn this around and make it a community issue, so everybody in the community is engaged in helping reduce possums, helping to reduce feral cats, helping to reduce all those other things, and getting rid of weeds? And I did speak some time ago about having some programs done by staff on how you might go about this, like a Fred Talks, and getting ourselves out in the community to get everybody in the community engaged in this, not just the HBRC and its staff. Because if it's just HBRC and the staff against the pests will win. But if it's the community and HBRC against the pests, well, we've got a really good fighting chance.
So, Councillor, perhaps I can just respond to that as well through you, Chair. Completely agree. Pest management is no different than many of the things we do as council. Water quality related issues or another one. We rely on the community to work with us to achieve the outcomes that everybody wants or anticipates. And you'll note that in the paper, and it's actually explicit in the Biosecurity Act, that council has a leadership role. Doesn't mean that we have to do everything, and we don't propose to, because we would never have the resources to do that. recall that in framing the desire to shift the way we manage possums in the early conversations I had with you, we're really wanting to reset the narrative for many of our biosecurity programs to reflect our biodiversity ambitions. So the reason that we would undertake possum management in the region is because we've got an ambition around biodiversity, and we know that possums are a significant impact on our biodiversity, both from just the consumption of forest vegetation and the predation of birds, for example. So we're wanting to shift and reset the narrative to the why being biodiversity. And equally, you're aware that we've got a significant predator-free ambition across the region, which at the moment is taking a little bit of a back seat while we work out and sort out our possum management in the region. But ultimately, we want to ramp up and re-engage the community more substantively around predator-free ambitions, which this council has. And again, we'll be relying on the broader community to work with us to achieve that. We will have a significant leadership and supporting and facilitatory role in that, and it will require strong communications and engagement with communities in that, but it's certainly something that is high on the radar for us to bring forward in the future to support the healthy functioning biodiversity pillar that sits in your strategic plan.
So when would we be likely to see that work come back to council, Ian?
Well, it's going to start with the narrative that we want to bring you around our partial plan change for possums. So that's where we're starting the journey on reframing the biosecurity work to our biodiversity ambitions. Not that said, look, there are some elements, particularly in plant pests, that the reality is we're doing it because there are benefits to our horticulture, agricultural industries across the region that we believe we still have a significant role to play. But particularly for animal pests, the why is much more about biodiversity than anything else.
Thank you, Ian. Will we see that work next committee meeting?
Yeah, look, it's going to be coming at you continuously through the development of this partial plan.
Okay, thank you, Ian. We've got Councillor Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Wilding pines. They are in apropos of what Councillor Barker has just referred to, which I totally agree with, and we do a lot of in terms of social ecology. But it says in page 23 or page 24 of the agenda papers that occupiers are responsible for the control of Pinus contorta. Now, wilding pines were a major factor in the Ohau fires that wiped out a whole bunch of houses and were incredibly serious last October. I do recall reading recently in the Hawke's Bay Today a letter to the editor by a regular tramper in the car workers, basically saying they're out of control up there, and expressing some alarm about wilding conifers. So I've got a couple of questions. One is, how well do we promote and how aware do we think our community is that it's their responsibility to control wilding pines? That's question one. Question two is, there's a reference to the incentive scheme, and I just wouldn't mind a bit of an explanation of what that incentive scheme comprises. I had a quick look in the pest management plan itself and I couldn't find much discussion of it. So where do you qualify and how do you qualify for financial assistance as a landowner for this type of thing? And my final question is, there is reference to wilding pines in the annual report, maybe on the next item of the agenda, being controlled. What does controlled mean when you're a wilding pine? Thank you.
In terms of the community's awareness of the wilding pine threat, basically as an occupier responsibility in areas, and you need to keep in mind that in the Hawke's Bay the significant majority of the issue around wilding sits on conservation estate, but those areas where it actually is on occupied or private landowners, that's a scenario where our staff often are working with, communicating directly with them. And a good example is around the Rangataiki area, where we've been investing and working for a number of years. So the short answer is we work in terms of the pest plant team hard to make occupiers who have wilding pines that are a threat aware of that and aware of their obligations. In terms of the incentive scheme, so that's the pest plant incentive scheme. So any landowner who's got a RPMP pest plant, occupier responsibility pest plant, can, if they're investing, can also receive assistance from council up to, I believe it's a $3,000 cap in terms of the total job. And that can assist them to meet some of the costs of undertaking occupier responsibility pest plants. And my apologies, Councillor, I've forgotten your third question.
It was really possibly for the next item on the agenda. There's reference to various wilding pines being controlled. I was just interested to know what that was a euphemism for.
So that's simply, yeah. So the techniques vary. So you can actually, so basically bore the hole and effectively inject the pesticide into the tree itself. You've got helicopter spraying as another way of doing it. If they're very young, you can cut them down physically and basically paint them or paste them. So there's a range of techniques that you can use depending on the context of the infestation and its age.
So, Chair, perhaps if I can just briefly add to that conversation as well, that Campbell mentioned that the significant problem is across the conservation estate. Through the Jobs for Nature Fund that rolled out post-COVID, there's been significant funding put into wild and conifer pine management across the Central Plateau, which is where our primary problem is. That's being managed by Horizons Regional Council on behalf of a collective of regional councils across the Central Plateau, because we all share a boundary in the middle there. But there's millions of dollars being invested into conifer management across the conservation estate at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Van Beek. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to get back to 9.10 and thanks for the clear explanation prior, Campbell, but am I missing something or are you guys missing something? Because ferrets is the main mustelids that we actually see around our area here, and I've seen around the coast as well. And you say there's quite a considerable control effort in getting these numbers. Can you give me a bit of an idea of how many people you actually have working on this and how that works? And another question I have, which is my last one, is how much automation are you now employing to actually trapping and killing? Thank you.
So in terms of the actual amount of staff time required to control 54,000 hectares, it depends on the number of visits you're doing annually to clear the traps. And in the last few years, that's varied between 4 to 6 visits. And prior to that was a higher number as we did the initial knockdown. And so you're probably looking, depending on the number of visits, you're probably looking at between 0.5 to 0.6 of an FTE to do 50-odd thousand hectares. And in terms of the automation question, so look, in terms of predator control, up in Mahia at the moment, we've got obviously the eradication of the possums underway, and that's relying heavily on automation in terms of wireless trap monitoring. So that's actually a really important part of the process up there. But that is relatively early in its technical sort of and research rollout. So that's not a technique which is we're employing elsewhere in the region. But there are other traps which automate the killing of predators. So there's effectively auto traps that do that for possums and in some cases stoats. All of those traps have different advantages and disadvantages, but they are options, and we do use those in different places depending on what we're trying to target and the result we're trying to get. So using automated traps like the New Zealand auto trap or the gas-fired traps, the good nature traps, those are absolutely part of the picture.
Okay, my one question is the weasel numbers that you don't seem to be picking up any weasels, and that seems to be the key predator that we actually see around here and the coast that we frequently visit.
Well, that is really interesting to me, Councillor, because weasels, by and large, in the Hawke's Bay are actually at a very, very low level relative to stoats and ferrets, and we don't pick up a huge number of those in the traps at all. So that's interesting that if you're seeing them around, absolutely.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? This has been very robust and interesting and an important kōrero to have. And I feel that each meeting we might have to be going back to some of these questions because I would like to ask Ian about the efficiency and effectiveness of our programs and how often we should be reviewing our pest management program, because we seem to have questions around particular additions, possibly if they fit in the criteria. We've had automation brought up, and obviously the data numbers. So Ian, can you give us a bit of a steer around when a good time for a review and when these red flags come up, whether we should be starting to looking at a review of the pest management plan?
Certainly, Councillor, look, it's a really good question. Challenging, I guess, to be hugely agile in the space because the regional pest management plan is a statutory document and involves a very detailed and lengthy participatory process, hearings, etc., etc. So it's not something we can change quickly, so we can't pivot quickly on that. So the challenge for us is having a plan that gives us enough flexibility, I guess, to roll with the punches, if you like, as we learn more about these pests and we want to operate differently. Look, the place that we need to, and we're required by law to bring you what we've done and what we plan to do is right now with these reports and plans. And this is the opportunity for us to bring you a view from the staff and practitioners on what's happening and what we see the issues being, and then to set out for you how we propose to respond to those. Not every case is going to require a change to the plan. In many cases, it might be, as we are now, a little bit of rediversion of our resources from one area of focus to another. But look, I think that the 17A review that we've had done recently, that we are now working through the partial possum plan review, and we'll be bringing you the plant pest information as well, has been a useful reset. I don't believe we're going to need to do that again for some years if we can get the changes we need through the system. I guess the thing that is missing for me in all of this, and a number of councillors have touched on it this morning, that I think we're going to have to think about and bring back to you advice, and I'd caution that it's probably going to be reasonably expensive work, is to start focusing and talking more about the outcomes we want and measuring and monitoring and reporting on those outcomes. So yes, councillors have looked at the numbers and they've looked at, okay, we're killing things or removing things. That's all good and interesting, but what are we achieving as a result of that? What outcomes are we seeing? Are we seeing those biodiversity indicators shift? If not, why not? What else would we need to do that then shifts the dial in the direction we want? And we've talked about, I think at the last meeting, might have been Councillor Curtin raised why we're not doing biodiversity outcome monitoring, simply because it's incredibly expensive and actually challenging and complex to set up. So we're not ready for that yet, but we need to be. And I suspect with the rollout of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity and the requirement to bring that into our regional plans, it's going to make us focus on that and develop those programs of work. Right at the moment, though, what we're doing is just building the building blocks or the basis, if you like, for getting our biosecurity programs working effectively. And I think, like I say, the next step is to say, well, great, let's start looking at monitoring those outcomes and bring those back to you alongside advice on things we think need to change if we're not seeing the changes we expect.
Yeah, thank you, Ian, and I'm sure we'll be looking forward to that stepping stone. We're at the point where we have recommendations 1 and 2, 2.1 and 2.2. I'm happy to move those if I can have a second.
I'll second those, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Foley. And look, I'd really like to thank Mark Mitchell and his team, Campbell, obviously that's with you, Ian, and also the Cape to City Kaimahi who are doing this work for us and who are totally committed around our pest control. And so that's why I'm happy to move the plan going forward. Councillor Foley, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So to me, biodiversity outcomes are the most important thing we can achieve as a council. Biodiversity improves wildlife habitat, landscape function, the water cycle, you know, the list goes on. So I always think we're at risk of spending money and resources on things that we won't have measurable outcomes, but biodiversity is not one of them. With regards to Councillor Barker's point around community involvement and engagement, one thing where landowners have really got on board and urban people around schemes is planting, and we're seeing that increase year on year. I just had a call from a planting team this morning that just finished a farm and they'd planted 30,000 natives on this one farm. So there's some really good work going on out there, but it is at risk if we don't get this strategy right. And so we talk about the costs of pest management, but think about all the costs that we're putting into these plantings and fencings and stuff. So I just think, you know, do we need to step back, look, you know, would a year off from establishing plants and fencing and actually put it into wiping out these pests? Otherwise, we could see a lot of money go down the drain where pests just wipe out all the good work that's getting done around the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Any other speakers? If not, that's great. Will all of those who say aye, please raise your thumb. Those against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, members. We're now on to our second decision item, which is Right Tree, Right Place project acceleration. So we have Ian and hopefully Michael is joining us.
Yes, I think, thank you, Chair. Michael's there. I think he's just, yes, he's in his car. He's being a good citizen and getting his COVID vaccination, so that's good to see. Look, just a reminder before I hand over to Michael to run you through the paper briefly. We've workshopped this topic. This was really just to bring back that discussion from the workshop to a committee meeting to get agreement on what's being proposed formally, so that we can push go and get on with it. But look, I'll hand over to Michael. He's looking like he's survived his vaccination, and he can run you through it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of shuddering at the thought of the needle. I haven't quite had the vaccination yet, but I will shortly. Kia ora koutou, councillors. Yes, I'll just rattle through this quite quickly because the discussion in early August did provide good feedback. Thank you. I'll just note also that Ross from Finance just helped critique this because the request is to bring forward $500,000 from year 3 to year 1 in the already committed funding for Right Tree, Right Place. I'll just skip forward to the second page, para 13, and remind councillors that $4.8 million was committed, 2.6 of that in capex for planting to be repaid with interest over 10 years, and 2.2 million in OPEX to fund it over 3 years. So it's that 2.2 that we're just looking to adjust. In terms of the update, yes, I've been brought on and picked up the good work that Campbell started. Some really good discussions going on with the catchment delivery team. They've got the credible networks with farms and landowners out there, and an understanding and integrating the program into their team is vital. and they're helping select potential shortlist of farms and the database. I've talked about the development of the project plan and how I'm viewing it as two aligned pieces of work. One is the planting of up to 5 farms and the proof of concept pilot. The second is the opportunity to drive this to a market-driven approach through scale-up and bringing in the right nous and credibility to assist us, partner with us in that. And, you know, quite frankly, councils and landowners collectively can't afford to plant, you know, the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars to plant up the 250,000 hectares that's been identified as the most at-risk erodible land. So accordingly, comms and engagement is vital to this. I appreciate Jenny's support from the comms team. If you haven't been online to look at the videos, I urge you to on the in the council website, #RTRP. I think the 4th video's gone up. If not, it's very close. It's a perler. You know, initial collateral's being developed in terms of information for landowners. There's a comms and marketing, comms and engagement plan that's being developed. So this is about providing the right information, an extension program to landowners, advice and background material to farm advisors, agri-bankers, importantly to council as well, and equally importantly to external investors as part of this process and providing tools and confidence as we move forward. I'm going to skip forward a couple of pages to the section on finance, which is the crux of this. So page 62, Paras 30 to 31 is sort of the high level view of some of the work that needs to be done. Para 32 describes the accelerated work that's required to assess the scale up potential. It's the farmer engagement, completion of detailed farm and forestry plans on farms. That's needed to help us assess the best pilot farms for our work, but also the costs and revenues associated with partial farm afforestation, and that information is needed by these potential investors, and also the commercial construct, the governance arrangements and so forth around that. Para 33 are the numbers. The top part of that table are the funds that were approved through the LTP process. The bottom line is the requested change. Just remind you that the total CapEx remains unchanged at $2.2 million. The impact to finance is $20,000 odd, using 2% as an example. I'm bringing $500,000 forward 2 years. And the reason we're coming to you now, Council, is because in order to complete the project plan and consider the work activities, including the opportunities to scale up and work with our partners on that, we need the confidence that we've got the funds in order to do that. So so that's the report in a nutshell, and happy to take questions, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Do we have questions for Michael? Councillor Williams, we'll take you first. Thank you.
Yeah, look, thank you. Actually, I don't have a question. I was just going to move the recommendation so that Michael can go and get his jab, and it won't hurt.
Well, I'll take Councillor Foss's question. We'll just take a couple of questions before we move. Councillor Foss.
Yeah, Williams, that's fine. Okay, thanks, guys. So first of all, I'm relatively comfortable with what's been proposed. Was scoped out, I think, in our earlier discussion. But just a few points that I want to ask. Para 23, guys, you just mentioned about the impact investment. Just that reads, should the impact investment model be successful, it will position the project to scale up quickly for a subsequent rollout to a $400 to $500 million investment. Now that, under anyone's measures, that's just massive. What's been contemplated and what's potential here. And yes, I realise there's other work happened in this space, but actually there's a whole lot of other criteria, not just should the impact investment model be successful. So I just want to put that on the record. There's many criteria for success in this space, not just that. I know it can be read two ways, but I'm quite cautious about it myself. And then, Michael, you noted the key bits were there with the finance. That's fine. I didn't see it, but maybe I've missed it, that we reiterated for this pilot to be successful, it has to have be commercially successful, and any costs and expenses borne by the ratepayers on it shall be recompensed as it transitions to its next stage or another partner or whatever. And again, it's not mentioned in there, but these are significant amounts, and I'm so cautious. I like what you're trying to do, but so cautious because once this freight train gets going, right there, we're charging towards a thinking of $400 to $500 million project. I'm not making these numbers up. These are the numbers in your paper. And then those comments, can you just ask, can you comment on who are the partners? I think Michael or Ian or someone mentioned, who are the partners you're dealing with as far as this project is concerned, please? And then I'll come back to you after that.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor. Just in relation to paragraph 23, there's a step missed out, so I apologise for that. There's an intermediate step where the aim is to actually attract in the order of $50 million to increase the pilot farms from 5 to 50, and that's envisaged to take years. And that will also help inform, assuming it stacks up, help inform the multiple criteria you're inferring for this, to be successful. So, so I just acknowledge that. The question or the point around the funding and getting public money refunded, I'll just draw your attention to paragraph 13, and it talks the capex being repaid with interest. The OPEX, assuming this project is successful for scale up, we're looking to recover it through that mechanism.
Yes, sorry, Michael. As I said, I did miss that. So that's great. Thanks. That's reiterated in there. And the partners?
So we discussed the partners at the workshop. I've remained silent on that on purpose because we're not quite at the point of releasing their names publicly. If you recall back to the workshop, I had a little bit more work to do to backfill some of the assessment of them as potential partner, but also they need confidence in council and our ability to work with them in the right sort of way as well. So we've done quite a bit of work. There's certainly a draft media statement released that we're working with them on, and we plan to do that over the next week or two.
Okay, and respect that. I respect that confidentiality side of things. That's fine. So let me turn it around another way. Many councils across New Zealand are contemplating these issues and they're looking for solutions, so that's fine. So I'm still not clear if we've progressed to engage with other councils who are considering them doing in this space. Across Hawke's Bay, Pāmu, the old Land Corp, across New Zealand, they have 60,000 hectares of class 6 and 7 land, and they are out there planting up erosion prone hill country big time. And again, they are publicly owned, the taxpayers own them. So they're already in this space. So I'm not sure if the trial sites you're looking at, you mentioned the best pilot farms for this project. Well, I'd suggest that Pāmu farms, of which I think there's about 6 or 7 across the bay, some of which have a lot of dodgy hill country, are already in this space. The reason I'm asking this is I much prefer, I don't want the ratepayer paying twice, once for ourselves and once as a taxpayer. So are you engaging with them, and are you engaging with the New Zealand Dryland Forest Initiative, who are always also in this space, and both have aspirations of doing work with us? I know you have a trial site out at Wairau, I think, with the Dryland Forest Trust. So can you just give us that assurance that where you're going with this initial pilot and those farms you're choosing, there's no more effective process to go through with partners, potential partners that are already in this space, such as Palmu?
Yeah, and in my time with the project, Councillor, through you, Chair, I've found a lot of examples around Hawke's Bay and around the country of good work being done, and so I salute the rationale for your question. As an example, we have been onto a Palmu managed farm and had discussions around the existing information they have around their partial afforestation work to date, which is a number of years in the making, and discussions around working in partnership with them, and potentially even one of the farms, a Palmu farm, as you suggest, being a pilot farm, so that we can provide that information to not only our target market, but contribute to the broader New Zealand endeavours in this regard. We have started reaching out to partners more formally. Obviously, the last hit with COVID has stymied our efforts to meet with MPI as an example, but that process is underway.
Chair, perhaps if
Yes.
I could just add a little comment, really. Council, welcome you holding our feet firmly to the fire on this, in particular those costs. The numbers are large, absolutely acknowledge that. I guess just a reminder that ultimately our ambition here is that we're trying to grow a concept and a product that we effectively as council can step away from as an investor. So the least we have to put into this, the better. If we can get to the point where through our partnership with TNC, we can develop the bankable proposition they're interested in, and bear in mind a large amount of their capital is being considered to bring to that. And it proves to be an effective commercial model and has suitability and high uptake with landowners. We step away and the market takes over. We're there to provide the nudge and the push. We certainly then provide the opportunity to connect and introduce people, the what I call the key connectors or the key account managers or the brokers through our catchment staff to bring the right people into conversations to match them with landowners. So ultimately, yes, the numbers are big, but we would like to see others in that space, not council.
Yeah, so for the sake of the record and the thousands watching this, that the council's not contemplating a $400 to $500 million investment. As we heard earlier, there's a couple of steps missed out from para, I think it was 23. Actually, it's to prepare the groundwork with this pilot for others to take that on and that risk. And at the end of the day, our exposure to this will be limited at this stage to what's been allocated under the LTP. We're just trying to bring some of that funding forward right now to try and prove it quicker. And there's no problem with that. It just has to be clear.
Yeah, that's clear. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we are moving on along our agenda. And look, we've given time for these two important decision items, but we're at the stage if there are no further questions that are directly related to the item. Councillor Williams, would you like to move?
Yes, please. If I could move that the recommendations in the paper.
Thank you. And Councillor Barker seconding. So Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think you've heard my scale of ambition for this project in the past. Sediments, the number one super stressor. We've got to get onto it. This is funding that's already committed in the long-term plan for precisely this purpose. We're bringing it forward with the potential for a scale up. We've got exit ramps. The whole point of this is a due diligence exercise, which means we're more informed before making any more significant commitment, the next phase of which would be, for example, if it were to go to a $15 million prior to the scale up referred to in the paper, we might be in the frame for a stake investment in that, but all recoverable. But back to the point, it's a due diligence exercise before we get there, and there's no commitments now. For me, it's effectively the closest to a no-brainer you can get, and we've got to get on with it. So that's all I really want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Barker.
I just want to echo Councillor Williams. This is more than a no-brainer. The land that we live in was once covered in forests. They've all been chopped down and carted away, made into houses, trees burned, whatever. This is one of the most modified landscapes on the planet. And as a consequence, millions, I stress millions, of tons of topsoil is bleeding away off the land into the sea. And it's choking up the beds which fish breed on. They can't see it. Because we can't see it, people ignore it. This is an incredibly modest, timid attempt to try and arrest that erosion and redress that problem. This is not, in my view, a major exercise in terms of the scale of the problem we're trying to address. It is a very modest start. And I'm, like Councillor Williams, really keen to push on with this as hard and as fast as we can go. We've got a long way to go. Some of the most important fish breeding grounds in our area are being choked by the sediment. This threatens our marine ecology, and we must do something about it and do about it fast. So pick up the pace, team, go hard, go fast. That's my view.
Thank you, Councillor Barker, for such a vivid picture, but very true. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just echo those last two comments, but also add that it is a no-brainer for more than just sediment. There's so many more benefits that this project can offer, and so welcome Michael onto the team of such an important project that this will offer for many years to come.
If there are no other speakers, please raise your hand or your thumb to agree. Say aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much, and good luck, Michael. It's only a pinprick. You'll be fine.
Kia ora, councillors.
Thank you. Thank you, members. We are running a bit behind, so our next item, we have Drew and Sally updating us on EnviroSchools. Could we please make this around 10 minutes for presentation and question time? So I will hand it over to Drew if he's here.
He is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Drew.
And councillors, thank you. So can you just mute yourself for a second? I just going to start by, I'll introduce Sally Chandler, who's the lead in our environmental education program workstream, and which also includes the EnviroSchools program that we have been running for a long period of time. She guides a team of 3 EnviroSchools contractors who work part-time throughout the region. We'll take the paper as read, but Sally has got a short presentation that she'd like to take you through, so I'll hand over to Sally now.
Thank you, Drew. So yes, kia ora tātou, councillors. It's nice to be here this morning. I have a short PowerPoint, which as long as I don't have any technical difficulties, I will be sharing my screen to show you that. And there it is. Okay. We're good there. Right, so you already know who I am, so I won't repeat that. So jumping for joy. I hope we are all jumping for joy this morning as well, as we are out of lockdown. Here we have our climate camp, which we held at Tutera at Guthrie Smith last October. We were just heading into that the last time I presented to this council, and I thought I would just share a few of those highlights from the camp. Pardon? So the Climate Action Camp, what we wanted to achieve is just to equip those students with some steps and tools. And it was a 1.5 days of, we had 25 students from 6 of our EnviroSchools. And it was just to introduce them to the impacts of climate, and we used Lake Tutera as a case study for them to focus on. Oops. To set the scene for the students, we asked them to poll some of their classmates, and so nothing scientific, but we just got some good feedback. We just had 3 questions. Have you heard about climate change? Does climate change affect Hawke's Bay? And can you share some they shared some top responses of what they are doing to help our climate. So it was a full program of activities, and unfortunately the weather didn't play a game, and we had to cancel some of our outdoor activities. However, we did manage to do a walk to the lookout and viewed the area, which formed part of the discussion about, you could actually see the physical impacts around the landscape of Tūtera. Dramatisation was also used, which is a great way for students to understand, get a better understanding when they can actually act things out. And that was a great way for them to all have some fun and get involved. So towards the end, after we had built up a level of understanding, and we asked them what their priorities for Tūtera would be, and this was some of their responses, which I've just shared with you here. And I think we can all agree with those. That's a great response. So they did take that all on board. And I just have one of our participants, Tupo from Waira Primary School. We asked some of the students to share what their thoughts on climate change, and I'll just play this short clip for you now.
We can't hear it, Sally.
Can't hear it.
No, still no sound.
Okay. No sound?
No sound.
Sorry, guys. I'll move on. Sorry about that. It did work when we were practicing. So our next big climate action activity was held earlier this year, and we had secondary students also with a climate action camp. And we held this out at the Riverbend Camp in Havelock North. So this was 2.5 days. We had 45 students from 7 of our secondary schools, as well as their teachers who came together. Part of the camp was the collaboration of other people to help deliver the program. So as well as EnviroSchools, Regional Council, you can see the names there. They were all played a big part in delivering the program over the 2.5 days. This is what we wanted to achieve, and this is what we shared with the schools in our invitation to participate. And yeah, they definitely picked up on these throughout the 2.5 days. And it was an opportunity to build a good base for our Youth Environment Council. So as a result of this camp, we have now got a pool of about 15 to 17 students who come to our monthly meetings. And yeah, so that's been a great way to get this activity up and running again. Yeah, so making key connections with organisations and experts in the climate crisis was a great way, was a great opportunity for these students and their schools and teachers to gain some real experience and new knowledge. We had youth leaders as part of the camp, and as well here in our the centre is Sophie Hanford. So Sophie was our keynote speaker on day one, and for those of you who don't know, Sophie Hanford is she's an ex-Kapiti College student. She is now a councillor on the Kapiti Coast District Council. She made a real impression on this group of kids. She's not that much older than them now, and hearing her why and her passion was a real highlight. I'll just share a few photos. A big shout out to the Taradale High students who actually cycled to the camp on the first morning all the way from Taradale High School with their teacher. So that took them a couple of hours, but yeah, big ups to them for doing that. So each of the collaborators we had undertook different activities. So we sort of shared the workload amongst everybody. The youth leaders were also assisting the experts with all the activities, as well as guiding the students if they had any questions and just helping them out. So we had a full program, and there was electives, so they could get to choose which one they'd want to try, because we just didn't have time to fit everything in. On the second day of the camp, we had two field trips. So one was a land use field trip, which was a focus on soil, and that was led by Dr. Barry Lynch. And we went first stop up to Tamata Peak, so they could get a good view of the Hiratonga Plains and just have a look at our diverse landscape from that viewpoint. And then the trip went out to Zan Harding's farm, his vineyard, and he talked to the kids about the impacts of the changing climate on one of Hawke's Bay's biggest industries, grape growing and the wine industry here. The second bus trip was led by Napier City Council, and it was to look at the tributaries of the Ahuriri estuary and how they are impacted. And Dan Fake, as you can see there on the photo on the right, he played a part and shared information about pump stations and the issues that fish passage can have before they can reach out through the estuary, etc. We managed to pick up a bit of litter as well at the Harakiki walkway. So going to the Harakiki walkway, we could show them what a well-modified and waterway looks like, as opposed to a straight drain, which run over most of the Napier area. At the end of that day, both buses met up at Otatarapa, and Heniwai Ormsby was there to greet us, and she guided the students over the pa and shared her knowledge on this significant cultural site. So that was amazing. Thank you, Heniwai, again for that. This was another highlight for a lot of these students. Some of them had never been there, and yeah, it was a really special place. Just finally, perhaps I won't try and play the video again, but we did have a video made which the students got to speak on, and yeah, it was a good wrap up of the camp. And yeah, you can view that on our website if you'd like to, on the education pages. It's there, all the videos are there, and yeah, that's about it. So we did make some great connections. We're keeping the conversations going with the schools, and yeah, we're looking forward to how this is going to progress with the secondary sector and what we can offer from an environmental education viewpoint here at the Regional Council. So that's me. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. What a great presentation. And I have to say, I did enjoy meeting the 45 young, bright and brilliant youth out there, sort of questioning me on that maunga around what Regional Council does and how they can do it better. So I would be interested in hearing from our Youth Council at some stage, if we can fit them in the agenda, maybe next time or the time after, because sharing their ideas is actually really inspirational. So yeah. I'd like to see that happen at some stage.
Certainly. I think we've tentatively got them booked in later this year. In fact, I think it might be the November meeting. So yeah, we'll see if we can progress that, definitely.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Sally or Drew? Oh, wow. So fantastic, we can move it straight away. So Rick Barker, Councillor Barker would like to move. Anyone would like to second receiving the presentation? Councillor Williams, thank you very much. All those who agree, say aye. Thank you. And thank you so much, Shelley, for all the mahi that you do with our youth. It's fantastic. Kia ora. Thank you very much. We are now moving back to Campbell and Ian for the Possum Control Area Partial Plan Review update. So if we can have around 15 minutes, if we can try and condense it. I know we still have a lot of enthusiasts around this, but just keeping in mind that we will be able to discuss this at a further meeting. So this is more of an introduction around the partial plan review. Great, thank you, Ian. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair. And look, just firstly, like to introduce Lauren Simmons, who's on the call. Lauren stepped into the role to support the project management of this program. So welcome her to the team, and she's going to be in front of you regularly as we bring to you the process and the decision making around this. So yes, this paper is not obviously not a decision item, it's for your information to keep you aware of and connected to the process and the plans and how we're going to roll this thing out. Obviously starting with wrapping around significant amounts of project management support. So it's really giving you visibility of that so you understand it and you know what's ahead of you. Just one brief comment before I hand to Campbell and Lauren. The makeup of the biosecurity working group is in the paper. Look, it is a large group. There is the potential for us to scale that down a bit. A group of 7 last time was required for the full plan review. It may be that we can scale the size down a bit if that's desirable. It's not something we have to decide today. That's something we'll decide at subsequent meetings when we bring you a decision paper around that. Anyway, I'll hand over to Campbell, who'll probably lead off, and Lauren. Thanks.
Thanks, Ian. And look, I'll take the paper as read. So I was just going to make some brief comments again on key points and then really open it up for questions. And look, so on the 12th of May, you effectively requested staff to prepare a partial plan proposal for contracting out or potentially contracting out the delivery of the control on the Possum Control Area program. And this is really just talking through a bit more of some of the key components of that. So in the last couple of months since Lauren has joined the team, we've got underway in terms of engaging a couple of consultants to assist with the CBA analysis, because the cost benefit analysis is a key part of what's required under the Biosecurity Act. And although this is in effect not obviously a whole regional pest plan review, it is a review of probably our most significant program in terms of its one-off expenditure. And it's also, so under the Biosecurity Act, the CBA process is a really important part. So we've got consultants engaged to do that. They're consultants who have worked on the previous RPMP, so they have the expertise and they have the relevant software and ability to assist us in a reasonable timeframe. So that is certainly a positive step. The other thing I wanted to comment on that is that the cost of control, so the actual direct cost of contracting out, is going to be a key component, obviously, of the overall partial plan review. Clearly, because it's going to signal the amount of cost that's going to be required to make the change, if that's the process, the pathway we go down. But ultimately, we won't know what the actual costs of control are if and until you actually get a contractor sending in tenders. So what we will get is we will get a range of potential costs which the control might require. And then the CBA would be run on those. So if you like, a bit of a sensitivity across that. And that's simply because until we've actually done the exercise and committed to it and tendered the contracts, we don't have an idea of what the actual cost will be. But certainly we'll be engaging with our region's contractors to make sure that those cost ranges are realistic within the scope of the control we're asking to be done. Look, the other thing too, the requirements of the proposal. So in the attachment to at the back, and again, this is just really to highlight that there's actually a significant amount of work that goes into building even a partial plan proposal, and particularly for a program of this size and the magnitude of scope of change we're considering. And so that's quite a detailed process that Lauren and I will be working on over the next 4 to 5 months. And the proposal will come back to you early in the new calendar year. And then we'll start the formal process in terms of public consultation, hearings and so on. The other thing that's important in this, and we might want to, we will reconsider as part of the process, is what's the actual basis on which the cost allocation, i.e. what's the rating basis and rationale for this program. At the moment, the PCA program is rated effectively 70% targeted rate, 30% general funded. And if you were to consider it from the broader perspective of the biodiversity outcomes the project delivers, and this comes to Ian's point before about what are the outcomes we're seeking to get, you could well argue that there is a scope for a greater allocation from the broader community given the biodiversity benefits of overall possum control. But we'll get the cost allocation report done, and that's a conversation for you as councillors to work through. Look, the final thing, and Ian raised this again at the start, the final thing I just want to talk about is really the process. So in trying to get this done in the next 9 months, certainly the timeline is a tight one. It's doable, but the process for coming back to you as a council, getting decisions and so on, there's an opportunity to actually make that work in a more streamlined but still very effective way, and that's by having a working party. Ultimately, as part of this process, you need to have a hearings committee because we'll need to have public hearings, submissions, and a full consultation process. And so the recommendation will be coming to you in November, the EICC, is to actually have a working party that you delegate some decision-making responsibilities to, and that working party will help to look at a number of things as we go through, particularly the end of this year and into the first half of the next calendar year around the partial plan review process. And those are outlined in the report. But last time, and again, acknowledging Ian's comments around the size of the working party, that's for you to decide as councillors. For the last time, having 3 representatives from the Regional Planning Committee and 3 from the EICC or the broader council and an independent actually worked very well. But ultimately, we'll take your guidance on that. But the working party process certainly worked very well in the past. Anyway, I'll leave it there and happy to take questions.
Great, thank you, Campbell. It's fantastic. Do we have questions for Campbell? Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions around those costs, Campbell. I mean, surely you can get a gauge now from what contractors are charging landowners direct, and I would hope that you've got a good handle on what that charge is now, so that when you do go to get quotes on contractors doing across the whole region, that it's, you know, if anything, it's cheaper because they can do it more efficiently or effectively, having the whole region to do as opposed to, you know, traveling to one landowner here and there, and, you know, it's a bit stop-start. Question, if every landowner had complied with the PCA program up to now, would we be here? And the reason I ask that is because one thing that I'll be keeping a watch on is what are the costs to the landowner now under the current program, and what will the targeted rate be if that's where we end up, be as a comparison, and hopefully it's not going to be any more.
Yeah, so some of this was discussed in an earlier paper, which I think may have even been to the May EICC. Look, in terms of the question around the direct costs of control, so we have a reasonably good understanding right now what the direct costs of control to the farmer are, because the contractors in some cases have shared that information with us. And so that is certainly, we understand that. But alongside the direct costs of control, there's obviously a whole range of other costs that go into managing a program like this. This includes things like monitoring, compliance, staff time for advising and so on. So the direct cost of control is not the best gauge for the actual cost of the program, and it's the actual cost of the program and its ability to deliver the outcomes, which was, I think, discussed in the May 12th paper. And so that talked about an indicative cost of $7 to $8 per hectare as a contractor type cost, but it also gave a breakdown of the, staff estimate of the total cost currently for farmers who are on the program, either using a contractor or doing their own control. And the costs were comparable in terms of the actual total cost. So I hope that answers that question around the direct cost of control, Councillor. Now, in terms of the question about would we be in this position now if every landowner was doing their control as requested on an annual basis and doing it effectively, the answer is no, we would not. And the reality is that for a variety of reasons, it becomes a lower priority in different people's minds, and control takes place either less frequently or less effectively, and that is what really has led us to where we are. But there's a range of reasons why that happens, and and why it's not an immediate priority. For example, during a drought or different things which take place during the farming cycle. So I believe that was. I hope I've answered your question, Councillor.
Chair, through you, if I could just add to that, so one other thing that we would want to reflect on this journey is that our advice to you would be the current model and the way it's being implemented is not effective and is high risk. So if we were to retain the status quo, we would have to significantly invest resources into that to improve both our monitoring and potentially our compliance efforts, because Campbell's point is right, that in time the priority for this work slips. So we need to be there with obviously the gradient of education assistance through to right the way through to enforcement. But if we were to retain the status quo, it would be high risk. So our advice to you would be that it would be a significantly enhanced status quo with additional costs if we went forward under the current model.
Thank you, Ian. We have Councillor Williams next.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have is around process one. Can we speed this up? I understand the logic now of the working party for the recommendatory steps in the process leading up to a hearing, but if we weren't to delegate this and were to decide it as a full council, can we do that? And would it save a step in the process in terms of that flow chart, rather than the hearing panel making recommendations and then us deciding? Can we cut out a month or two doing that? Just a comment on that, please.
So my personal view is that it's actually likely to operate the other way, and that if you've got a hearings panel that you have confidence in as councillors and you've selected those members, delegating some decision-making authority to them will actually help the process be more efficient and speed up.
So we can do that. I just wasn't clear. It looked like from 13.1, the working party would just be making recommendations, so we could actually give them a full delegation to make decisions.
So you can delegate. I'll need to double check in terms of the actual. I think the final sign-off does need to come from you. But if you've delegated authority to them to make recommendations and you have confidence in their recommendations and who's there, then actually the final approval process becomes less time-consuming, would be my take.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foss.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Campbell and Ian. Just point 19 in your briefing to us, you point out that failing to achieve the objectives could affect achieving of our strategic outcomes and goals. Why is that not will affect? And could you just reference the risk matrix and reputational risk of the council in your reply, if you can, please? And then I've got a couple other questions.
So I'll let Ian reference the risk matrix specifically in terms of how it relates to this particular process. But look, the reason why it's may affect, not will affect, you could argue the view that it's quite likely that if the possum control program was to fail, that there would be a significant effect on biodiversity outcomes. But then it depends on what else is going on in the context around that. If council's increased its investment significantly in predator control, and or it's increased its investment significantly in EP priority sites, If the outcomes you've chosen are more about site-specific deliverables, as opposed to broad-scale biodiversity recovery, then the question is not a will, it's a may. So I think it's highly likely that given the scale of the program, the benefit from reducing possums to low numbers, that it would be very likely to have an adverse effect on achieving the biodiversity outcomes in the strategic plan, but it's not, it sits within the context of a bunch of other things going on and other investment.
And
thanks.
Through you, Chair, in relation to the risk register, Councillor, you're right, it would have significant reputational risk if our program was to fail. We haven't made it practice to reference the risk register in these papers in the past, but you're right, it is something that would occur if the program was to fail. There's a reputational risk for us not effectively implementing our own plan.
Thanks, exactly right. And the social license we gain from doing all we can in this space. And so if I can ask that, they're supposed to evolve into all papers. Actually, there's a reference to the risk matrix coming through to the council. So if you could just reference that next time, it'd be great. Thanks very much for your progress here. I'm very much in favour of this contractor type model, just with the local knowledge and experience and wisdom they bring to the table. Just two final questions from me. How does this fit with the predator-free various funding and programs, etc.? And are contractors also engaging and working with us to help implement our predator-free ambitions?
So I think there's two things. The first part of that question is how are contractors engaging now, and what's the likely opportunity for both this potential contracting out of the possum control and how that relates to the broader predator control program. So contractors now have engaged in particularly the likes of Mahia, Cape City and Potiotane in different ways and at different times. But that project, particularly the eradication on Mahia, has also been largely driven and delivered by staff. And part of the reason for that was that actually we were cutting very new ground, and the ability to transfer that knowledge and have that actually go out to all contractors rather than having one contractor retain it as commercial IP, which was an early initial discussion we had with contractors around their willingness to pass on everything they were learning as part of the, for example, the eradication process. So contractors at the moment, we're using them in different ways and at different phases of both Cape City, Potiotane and up in Whakatapu Mahia. So I think that's an important thing. I think going into the future though, council's delivery model for biosecurity has almost always been 80% weighted towards using contractors for delivery. And there's a bunch of very good reasons for that in my view, including the fact that they bring expertise, innovation, and a lower overhead, which is challenging for an organisation like AS to provide as easily. And so contractors going into the future, I think, will be really valuable, both for the delivery of the predator-free program and also very much they'll be front and central in the delivery of this possum control model if we switch to being a contractor model for the PCA program. So I think they'll be a very important part of the future.
Yeah, okay, so not quite sure if I made my question clear, but well, let's just have for another day discussion, because what you said about them and the IP involved in predator-free, I don't see any difference between them involved in Waimanama free or Cape City free predators. But as Ian said earlier, the system we had was broken, was not working, etc. We've come a long way in 8 months, so you know, let's not stop the momentum, and I'll help you all the way. I'm just trying to assist. Just one final thing. Very conscious. One of the previous papers we talked about in Right Tree, Right Place. There's a lot of concentration in the various discussions in around the environmental impact, social impact, environmental impact gains. Hard to measure, good challenge, and the person that cracks that one is doing pretty well. Why then do we not use or reference such logic in something like this? Because there's a lot of discussion. We do know the cost down to hectare and your tender and discover new information, etc. But there's a whole other element here of environmental gain, benefit, social license, reputational. And in fact, if we turned it around and talked about this being environmental protection rather than pest management, actually the pushback generally is much less. So can you just answer the bit about the environmental impact, the way you used it in the right tree, right place, and why you don't use it here?
So we have done that in the past. And for example, in 2006, we did a large survey of the PCA program and looked across a range of factors that as to why farmers participated in that and what they got out of it. And the clear messages from there were actually the significant amount of biodiversity benefit and other benefits that they saw from the program. So we've absolutely done that in the past. And it sits, I think if you went back, for example, to the RPMP consultation document and the discussion document, it would absolutely refer to the other benefits outside of just the cost-related benefits. So it would refer to the environmental benefits we get from this sort of program. And I guess the question is around the balance of that.
Thank you, Campbell. Councillor Foss, I'm going to offer you to move the report because of your great interest. Your great interest in this. Yeah, and I've got Councillor Foley second receiving the report. All those who agree say aye. Aye. Thank you. Those against, carried. Thank you very much, Campbell.
Thank you.
Well done. Well, I think we might go for an early morning tea, and we will come back at 11:20 if that's catered pie, and we'll resume with item 10. Kapai, have a good cuppa. See you soon.
Sorry, what time?
ground. So I think this is could be a new space for us and an exciting space, given that although we have these policies in place, but getting them active and implemented is a whole nother job. So take us away, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, look, it's great to be able to bring you insight into this this area of our business. So I think you've met both Louise, who's on the call, who's in Katrina's group, and Brendan, who is on, yes, there is on the call, who's in my group, who work across the space, both with a regulatory and non-regulatory lens to the conversation. They operate, if you like, as a virtual team in the building, although they're in different groups. They work very collaboratively and across the business. And look, they'll step you through the paper shortly. Just, I guess, this is becoming more of a focus for regional councils, moving the focus and the effort and the resourcing beyond just policy making into supporting and operationalising the policy at place with communities. So policies are only effective if we implement them well, so we deliver them well, so we resource them adequately, we support people in making the changes they need to make, and we're active in facilitating and leading those things in the community. So much more of a focus for regional councils, particularly off the back of the new national policy statement that's upon us at the moment, and certainly for us a lot more focus and effort on this space, particularly in areas like our catchment collectives, which are becoming increasingly important for our work, again mobilising the community to work with us and supporting them. So this gives you a bit of a taste of what's going on in that space, and fair to say that we'd probably like to come back to you in the future with a bit of a deeper dive into some of the areas of work, particularly for me, things like catchment collectives. But look, I'll hand over to the team and leave it to them to run you through the rest. Thanks.
Kia ora tātou, ko Taranaki te maunga, ko waihi te awa, I whānau mai au ki Hawara, ko Brendan Powell tōku ingoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Brendan.
I'd also just like to welcome Louise, who'll be presenting this with me. So in a simple pepeha such as mine, we state the mountain, the land, and the river that we feel in association with. And for farmers, they feel a strong connection to the lands that they stand on and work on. A unifying theme to the work of my team is really to foster a connection to the river that forms from the runoff of water from the lands that they work on, and then also to foster a connection between the people in the catchment, so that rather than have a whole lot of disconnected individual approaches, there's a collective approach. And so I suppose some of the first stages of change are really caring about things, so feeling that connection, and also to have an understanding of what the issues are, and what sort of actions are going to be needed if the river is ailing in some way to improve its health. So obviously tangata whenua engagement is going to be not just important, but required for that. And you won't see a lot of detail in this paper at this stage around that. That's something that we'll need to come back to you with in future, because we're not going to do that in a sort of piecemeal way, team by team. We need a unified council approach to that. And so the engagement that's happening from the policy team and the kotahi work will then flow through to implementation work. So that's something that we'll intend to come back to you with as we firm up some of the structuring of that. So for today, what we've done is in the paper just outline an overview of the work, how it fits with the strategic goals and organisations, strategic goals and objectives of the organisation, other legislated drivers, including the tuki and tank plans and the essential freshwater package of reform, and then a brief history of the development of the work through 2 reorganisations within HBRC that we've had to adapt to the changing needs and priorities of the organisation. And that's then resulted in 2 teams involved in implementation. And we've described the work of each of those roles. And today we'll focus a little bit more on the catchment work. So I'm just going to share my screen to just go through a brief presentation. Hopefully you can see that.
Yep.
Now I just need to find how to move on to the next slide.
Try your arrow keys, Brennan.
Yeah, I'm doing that, but it's not moving. Just if I go to that one, can you see that one?
Yep, we can see that. If you can present from that, that would be great.
Right. Okay. So we have the 2 teams. So up on the top right, we've got Louise and Kate, who are in the regulatory side of policy implementation, and we work closely with them on a daily basis. And then within my team down the bottom, we've got Monique on the bottom right, and you've heard from her in May in relation to the water efficiency work. And then left of her is Gordon and Marnie, who are in the FEMP team. And you had an update in February from the FEMP work. And then either side of me is Zan Harding and Richard Wakelin, who are newcomers to the organisation since February. And their roles are in the tank and tuki-tuki catchments, and particularly dealing with catchment collectives and good management practice. This next slide, I'll just pass on to Louise to talk to.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the regulatory policy implementation team and what we do and where we fit within the organisation. So we sit in the policy and regulation group and report to Katrina. We coordinate across several teams within the organisation. The team is currently myself and Kate Proctor, who is our senior regulatory advisor. And our internal focus is to ensure that the correct processes and resources are in place for the wider regulation team of consents and compliance to enable them to carry out their roles and functions effectively. And this includes providing interpretation and guidance on new regulation, upskilling and training of regulation staff and other public-facing staff such as the catchment advisors, establishing new internal processes as required by new regulation. Kate also provides expert technical support on farm systems and nutrient budgeting for the consents and compliance teams as required. And our focus since 2018 has mainly been on the tuki-tuki catchment. And we have been leading a cross-council implementation team and providing guidance to the tuki community on the requirements for consenting. And since last year, with the introduction of Brendan's catchment policy implementation team, our focus has been widened to include tank and the NES for fresh water. And together with Brendan's team, we have been assessing the new regulations and how these will affect both our organisation and the communities that we support. And this has included interpretation and guidance to both internal staff and external partners. And together with other teams, we're providing input into submissions on consultations with MFE and are part of both national and regional sector working groups, such as freshwater farm plans, low slope map for stock exclusion, the NCAP, and the changes that are currently happening to overseer. And so moving forward, our two implementation teams, as Ian introduced us, we work as a virtual team, and we'll work along the policy team and the Maori partnerships team to develop Kotahi and its subsequent implementation. Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks, Louise. So just moving on to the catchment work. So since Zan and Richard started in February, the first job was really to scope out, get a better idea of the existing catchment groups within the region, and particularly in their focus areas of Tank and Tuki, and to then also understand what stage of development are they at. So are they operating, are they well formed and don't need any help? And so this is just a map indicating the spread of those groups, and they're in various stages of development. Some of the other things that I've mentioned in the paper is the focus on catchments and subcatchments, so work with these groups. And just to give you a few pictures to see some of this work, here's examples in different places of some of the work that they've done with catchment groups, and particularly workshops on helping them to get formed and identify a common purpose and just get them started. And we've done this in association with other implementation partners, so Beef and Lamb and other primary industry organisations. The other main focus that we've had is, some practices contribute a disproportionate or have a disproportionately large effect on water quality. And the one that we're highlighting at the moment, and we've been doing work on for the last several years, is intensive winter grazing of forage crops. And so again, here's a spread of events around the region that we've been involved in, again with other organisations, drawing them in to talk about the expectations for winter grazing and improved practices. And we need to report quarterly back to central government on these. So some of those photos are from catchment group meetings. The one on the top right is actually the Farmer of the Year field day that we had some input into the messaging around management of winter crops. And then the last slide that I have there is really just the immediate future, and then a little bit further out. So in the immediate future, looking at this financial year, we need to continue with that intensive winter grazing campaign, and as we progress through planning the planting of the crops through to grazing them, Zan will be focusing on the issues within Tank and socialising those with subcatchment communities and generating interest in formation of subcatchment groups. We need to continue to grow and work with catchment groups and the sort of support that they might need, and to bring in broker support from other organisations as well. And then at the end of the paper, I've just highlighted the need that as we move more and more into implementing these catchment-based plans, there's going to need to be there's going to have to be a better catchment level coordination of our work across HBRC and also with the people we're engaging with externally. So that's it. That's the last slide. I'll just stop sharing and happy to take any questions.
Well, ngā mihi nui ki a koe, Brendan, for mō tō pepeha. Thank you for sharing your connection to your place. And I agree that we can do things smarter, and you've presented a way that could possibly work for us around catchments and subcatchments. Members, do we have any questions or comments for Brendan or Ian or Katrina or Louise? Councillor Curtin.
Yes, Brendan, I wonder if you can help me. Just in terms of structure, the catchment advisors, what's their line? That's their line management arrangement. Do they head to you in terms of catchment policy or implementation? How's that work?
So they do report to me, yes.
Okay, just to choose a catchment close at hand, the upper Ahuriri area, that zone there, Whakarangi, etc. Just tell me, who's the catchment advisor for that area?
So Zen Harding is working with catchment collectives, the development of them across the tank area, which includes Ahuriri. Andrew Burton is a catchment advisor in the catchment delivery team, and he's been working particularly with the delivery of the erosion control scheme, and Ahuriri is a catchment with erosion.
Sure.
So he's been dealing with landowners individually, and Zan and Andrew have been liaising
Okay.
over
So in
that
terms,
work.
sorry to interrupt. In terms of structure, Zan reports to you.
Yes.
Does Andrew report to you as well, or how does that work?
No, Andrew reports to Dean Evans and the catchment delivery team.
So I'm just a little confused between implementation policy and what was the last one you mentioned? Was delivery team. So we've got implementation and delivery.
The council, perhaps if I can just jump in there. So yeah, there's different sections. So they're both those sections are within my group. So Dean Evans, who you've met, looks after the catchment delivery team. They primarily focus on the erosion control scheme at the moment, but are becoming increasingly involved in broader council initiatives and programs. The policy implementation focus sits with Brendan's section, and at this point is focused on those collectives and working across communities. So if you like, the delivery team is working with landowners individually. Brendan's team is working on bringing communities together, and the two complement each other and work very closely together.
Okay, so just sorry to belabor this. It's just a little confusing that the link between the two, and then we've got right tree, right place is a sort of coming into play as well. I'm assuming that the catchment delivery people would have the intimate on-the-ground knowledge of individual farms and what's going on the ground in the catchment. Is that fair?
So not necessarily, but yes, they are the people who are most closely connected to farmers on an individual property by property basis. And we've, as I mentioned in the early conversations, particularly around right tree, right place in the paper, they remain our key, if you like, agent to link council to things like the erosion control scheme, right tree, right place. So they're the broker or the agent that can bring broader parts of council to a property. And so they focus again on the individual because they're working with the individuals. Brendan's team are focused on working with collectives and bringing collectives together and having them work together as groups of people across a catchment or a sub-catchment.
And then we've got regulation on top of that again. That's another group of delivery in the field. Is that how that works?
And that's why this implementation team operate as a virtual team, because yes, the regulator has a role to play in all of this, and it is difficult to be a person who is operating in both a regulatory and non-regulatory space. So there is a line that distinguishes them. Effectively, from an external perspective, that's a bright line. Internally, there is not a bright line. So the teams work collaboratively and together in a partnership model to ensure that our messages are consistent, our programs of delivery are aligned and coordinated. So it's working really well.
Thank you for that. That's good.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. If I just refer to paragraph 4 about the growing regulations, the complexity, and then the stress that calls on farmers. So just wondering, firstly, when you go to these workshops, field days, presentations, and you're talking about all this stuff, like what's the general feedback You know, do you get much pushback? And then if you do, how you deal with that? Or has it all been quite well received?
I think pushback, I don't think there's really pushback. Sometimes people will almost apologize for the way that they speak to us, but they're really just trying to understand what is it that they need to do and get real clarity on that. So at times there's strong feelings around that, but what I'm getting from the people that come along to these groups is they're highly engaged and they really want to understand what it is that they need to do. And our job is to, you know, it can be really confusing. So our job is to try and make it as simple to understand as possible, to do the interpretation work and to clarify the messages and to then provide a staged approach through it. So they don't need to focus on everything at once, but what's the thing they really need to focus on right now, and then what will be next. And so that's why, like for the intensive winter grazing, that's the first thing that is biting really, that they need to be focused on right now.
I might just add there too, sorry, Will. So in Turkey, obviously there are regional regulations in there and that's slightly different, but I think there is quite a good understanding out there with the landowners that the new national regulations, the NES, etc., they're coming at them from a national level, and that as an organization, HBRC are the people that have to implement it, but we're not necessarily the people that have written it or come up with it. So they're very understanding of the position that puts us in as an organization, and that we're the messenger. So that's been quite helpful.
Yeah, totally. If it's anything I think farmers are struggling with at the moment, it's more the national regulations coming at them. And certainly if, you know, they're perceived to be impractical or very hard to implement, then, you know, I feel for you guys as the messenger and the people that are, you know, I guess needing to enforce that at the end of the day. Just one other question, and just unsure if this is the right place or paper to be asking it, but just based on the last couple of winters, very dry, very, very low rainfall compared to average through the winter. And we've had this focus on intensive winter grazing, but just the whole, so if we look at the nitrogen issue or P runoff, is there any data to show that with a lack of moisture moving through the soil or across land, are we seeing any changes in the measurements of say nitrogen or phosphorus, for example, because of that?
Good question. So I don't know, Louise, if you have, if you've got anything from the science team about that, but certainly just in relation to the rainfall and the practices, like last year in the drought, the crops were grazed off early. They were gone before there was risk of pugging and runoff from crops. So the effects would have been less from those sort of practices.
Yeah, just to add on that, I don't have any specific information, but I do know that with the less rainfall, there tends to be less measurement of nitrogen in the sampling that we're doing. But then when that rain comes, we tend to get a spike. So yeah, it gets there eventually, the N, unfortunately.
Thank you. Councillor Foss, you're next, and then Councillor Fenbeck after that.
Thanks very much. Can I ask, you mentioned tank in there, obviously, and I'm just trying to understand how things, this is very much farmer orientated, which is kind of fair enough. But of course, our most challenging waterways are our urban waterways, by and large. And so how, and even on your map there, how does say the Karamu catchment mesh with the kind of the catchment organisations? I don't think there is one. There's some little pockets there of Pikawa and things. So can you just describe that a little bit further from an urban context? Because some of the issues, you know, Karamu phosphate runoff, etc. You know, the degradation's there, no different to some of the streams down and elsewhere in Hawke's Bay. So Is there an opportunity there to pull some threads together a bit more, or where rural meets urban actually, the challenges there, and how can we perhaps address that? And of course, on the regulatory sense, putting the same lens upon ourselves and other governmental organisations as we're putting on the private sector, such as farmers.
Yes, so the first part of that question, I suppose one way to answer it is, at the moment with Zan's role in TANK, there's this focus on catchment collectives, which isn't going to change through the TANK process. We realise there are other things that put requirements on us as council as a result of the TANK plan, and the asset management team is actually gearing up in their response for this too. So in the LTP, they've got a couple of positions, one Ahuriri catchment coordinator, another one in the Karamu as a catchment coordinator, and so that their work is very much based in the scheme managed area, and they've got a third position as well, which is looking at some of the urban stormwater issues and that sort of thing. So there are pieces of work that are lined up to address some of those urban catchment issues. And then further on, what we need to do is pull together all of the strands of this work in an integrated implementation way. So I think year 3 of the LTP, we've got a position for overall TANK catchment coordinator to ensure that all the strands of work that we're doing as council get pulled together in a unified way.
Thank you. Councillor Foss, is that you?
Yes, it is, me mouthing away.
Thank you.
Is there any commentary on the regulatory side from Louise in that? I understand it's all work in progress, etc. But it's action on the ground on issues that are right in front of us that have been there for quite some time. And I think we're all quite impatient to try and help remedy these issues. And there's glimpses at the end of the tunnel. I just hope we're looking at the right end of the tunnel. But Louise, my question was, on a regulatory lens, are we putting the same lens upon ourselves and the other local government organisations, particularly around urban issues, or even trying to lead by example, as we are expecting of those in the rural sense, for example, and as in the paper there, winter grazing around streams or grazing around streams full stop, and the requirements around farm management plans, etc.
Yeah, thank you. Katrina might want to answer part of this as well, but just from an immediate regulation perspective with, I know that our compliance and consenting teams are working quite closely with Napier City Council, for example, to work through those stormwater management plans and stormwater management plan templates that will all be required through the TANK plan. So there is definitely work going on in that space and an overview taking place. And obviously our own asset management team require consents for the work that they do and for their pumping stations and those sorts of things. So we're definitely keeping an overview of that as well. I don't know if Katrina, you want to add anything?
Sorry, probably just to add more of the same really. So the compliance team have been making a focus in the last 6 months on compliance, as Louise said, in the urban and industrial space, particularly with, we've had a targeted compliance program on car wreckers, which has been really, really successful. In addition to that, we're working with the Asset Management Group on their new environmental engineer position that they've employed to manage the consenting of pump stations, pulling all their conditions into one place for all of their consents that they hold, in addition to having somebody responsible for the tidal gate consents as well. So yes, there is no difference between us, the TLAs and the public.
Thank you for that response. Councillor Fanbeek.
Okay, I've got two questions around strategic goals and strategic objectives. First, strategic goals, we've got on point 15 that by 2050 there are 50% less contaminants. I just wanted to know, contaminants, does that include sediment? And if that is so, that's going to be a really difficult target to monitor. And the second question is regarding number 17, water being allocated to the sustainably to the highest value use. That also is fraught with issues that we've discussed with Hank, and whether there is actually a definition of what actually highest value means. Thank you.
Very good question. And I know there isn't a definition of what highest value means, and that's something that would change over time.
And the first question, who can answer that one?
So look, I can jump in. Yes, contaminants certainly do include sediment, and just a reminder that we do have sediment monitoring underway. So we've got a baseline program underway at the moment with continuous or real-time sediment monitoring that occurs after rainfall and river flows increase. And so that gives us a baseline, and we're going to be able to understand over time what impact we're having on sediment in stream as a result of our work.
Sure, perhaps I could add that the Ministry for the Environment is currently preparing a national bottom line, or a national regulatory requirement in relation to sediment. That's relatively complex technical work, but it's being undertaken at the moment. Once that's promulgated, that will need to be reflected in the Kotahi plan change region-wide, and so we do expect that there will be limits set around sediment in our water bodies across the region by the end of 2024. And obviously that'll flow into a whole set of regulatory requirements on landowners to ensure that we meet those targets.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wanting to move that the paper be received and the recommendation at the end of it, and briefly speak to that.
Yes, thank you very much. Can I have a second, Councillor Barker? He had his hand up first. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. This is you probably can't see it, but it's the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management that I'm holding up. And it's absolutely useless without the type of implementation frameworks that Brendan has outlined. Along with Enviro Schools, I was absolutely, it was heartwarming to see those pictures of the catchment advisors working with the catchment collectives, at the coalface, albeit in the rural town halls, or even urban ones, perhaps, Councillor Foss. But this is really how we're going to make some inroads in helping people who understand what it is to work the land get their heads around what's coming out of Wellington and Napier in turn. So I just thoroughly commend this model. I think just thrilled to hear that Zan and Richard are on board doing this work, and I think we'll start seeing dividends in terms of our strategic outcomes, over time. That's really all I wanted to say, is just to commend that and thank you for this most encouraging presentation.
Very good, thank you. 100% agree. Councillor Barker.
Nothing to say, just that I endorse everything that Councillor Williams has said. This is twice in one meeting. I need to go and get a cup of coffee, I think.
Okay, so any other speakers? Thank you very much. All those who agree to receive the report, say aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much, team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, members, I'm going to have to ask if we can rearrange the agenda. But first, Ian, I'm going to have to ask if item 11, the Tukipo Wetland Project presentation, which looks like Gold Star standard, if there's any urgency for it to be in this meeting, or if we can delay it to our next meeting.
Look, at your discretion, Chair. I appreciate that you're obviously tight on time. it's an information item, good news story, so we can either bring it back to another committee or to a subsequent meeting of this committee at your will.
Yeah, I think we've just been a bit ambitious with all these items, and I don't want to devalue them. And if we can move this to next meeting, I'd really appreciate that. And apologies to Dr. Andy for probably waiting. So if we can move agenda item 11 to the next meeting. And now item 13, we have a guest waiting. So if we can please go to agenda item 13 now, which is the update on the Whakaheke o Te Wai presentation. That would be fantastic. So that's you, Ian, Dr. Jeff, and Dr. Catherine.
Thank you, Chair. Look, yes, there is a team of people who are gathered who will certainly be turning their cameras on shortly, and I'll hand over to Jeff to lead us through this, or just to start the paper. Look, this is work that we've had underway for a while. Again, it's another really good news story. It's attracted significant central government funding, $9 million of MB funding into research in the region in partnership with GNS. Hugely successful partnership, and it's really relevant right now given the conversations we're having, particularly with mana whenua around groundwater in the Hiritonga Plain. So great foresight from the team really to have been able to bring this work to the region, and I think it's going to be really helpful for us in shaping not only our future management of groundwater, but certainly our engagement with mana whenua around the resource. So I think I'm handing over to you, Jeff, to lead the team, introduce the team and lead us through a paper. Thank you.
It's actually Simon Harper's going to introduce this, and then Chair, is it okay if we do item 12 before item 13, because they do follow each other?
They do relate. Okay, my mistake. As long as our guests are happy to wait, we can go to item 12. Sorry about that, members.
Thank you.
And is that you, Jeff, as well? Okay. So that's the update on the 3D aquifer mapping project.
So that's going to be Simon Harper, Chair, who's just got his camera on now. So
Yes.
Simon's now groundwater.
Welcome, Simon.
Hi,
Kia ora,
you can see me. Kia ora.
Yep. Awesome.
Hey, thanks,
Take it
Ian.
away.
And thanks, Councillor. It's a pleasure to be here. There's some amazing work going on in these two projects, so we're quite excited to be showcasing some of the examples today. Before we get started into the presentations, what I'll do is I'll just give a quick introduction to myself and the guest speakers that we have here today. So for all of you that don't know me, my name is Simon Harper and I work in the hydrogeology team. It's quite a mouthful, as a groundwater scientist. I took over as project lead for the SkyTeam project around mid-2020, taking over from Dr. Jeff Smith following his promotion to science manager. With me today, I have some presenters from GNS Science. So we're going to talk to you about the 3D aquifer mapping project. That's the project that uses the SkyTeam data, the helicopter survey we did in mid-2020. And they're going to talk to you about the Te Whakaheke o Te Wai program. I'll just turn I'll share my screen and get the presentation up so you can see some faces. If I can go to there, share screen. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll enlarge it. Hopefully it works for me, so it didn't work for Brendan. Okay, with me today for the SkyTeam project, I've got Zara Rollinson. She's there on the right. She's a hydrogeophysicist and GNS's project lead for the SkyTeam project. Zara and a team have been working with the SkyTeam data to create these things called resistivity and hydrogeological models. She'll talk to that a little bit later in a video. Along with Zara, we've got Dr. Catherine Moore and Dr. Uwe Morgenstern. Dr. Moore is a principal groundwater modeler and an expert in something called predictive uncertainty. And Dr. Uwe Morgenstern is the team lead at the Water Age Laboratory down in Lower Hutt, and he's an expert in water age dating. Both Kath and Uwe co-lead the Te Whakahiki o Te Wai program. So the purpose for the presentation today is simply to give you an update on these projects and a bit of an opportunity for you guys to ask any questions. So the outline is going to be, I'm just going to give an overview of the projects today, and then what we'll do, if it's okay, we'll follow on with Sarah. I'm going to hand it over then, and she's going to present a video that she's created for you, showing some of the exciting modelling work that they've been doing. And then lastly, Kath and Uwe will give a summary on some of the work for Te Whakahiki o Te Wai, for some of the modelling done in Bridge Pa, and some of the water age data that they've been collecting there. There's some really interesting findings coming out of that. Look, you know, there's been a considerable amount of time and effort gone into this project planning and into the launch. You know, this also includes successfully applying for $2.1 million worth of funding through the Provincial Growth Fund. On top of that, GNS Science are contributing $300,000 of an in-kind contribution. So collectively, these two funding sources contribute 50% of the budget for this program, which is absolutely amazing. Special acknowledgement really needs to go to Dr. Jeff Smith and Amanda Langley and Zara for all the work they did in these early stages. Also, acknowledgement needs to go to the comms team, and in particular, Michelle McGuinness, for what was an immensely successful launch down there in Central Hawke's Bay, which I'm pretty sure some of the councillors attended, and for the creation of digital media created to that event. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the videos for SkyTM, but there's some fantastic videos created promoting it and trying to explain what we're doing. So kudos to them. I feel like I've skipped through. So the 3D ECFA mapping project, it's a $4.8 million project, and it extends over 3 financial years. It started in 2018, 2019, and it finishes around 2022. The actual budget for it starts in 2019-20, and that was when we started with the survey. We're the very first council in New Zealand to use SkyTM technology to map our aquifers. And there's been a lot of interest from other councils and CRIs in what we're doing. And now we've got a couple other councils following suit. So Greater Regional Council have approval for funding for the survey. This is proving a little bit problematic for them in this COVID environment, trying to get them over. And also Northland and Southland are also looking to go through this process of getting funding. There's a huge amount of work planned over those 3 years in terms of processing, modelling and collecting data. We have an additional data collection program to support the modelling. This is exploratory drilling in the Hiritonga and Ruataniwha plains, where we're collecting more information about the lithology, doing some grain size analysis, some aquifer testing, collecting water chemistry, age dating, and ground-based and downhole bore geophysics. The good news is we're about 90% through the data collection program, which is great. There's only about 70 metres remaining in the last hole in the Ruataniwha plains. And so now the bulk of the program is really about data processing and modelling, and then finding out the best way to report and to communicate on those results. GNS Science have completed the resistivity models for the Pokawa and Otani basins, and they're well underway with processing and modelling the data for the Hiritonga and Ruataniwha plains. There's a lot of people involved in this project. It involves collaborating with both international and national contractors. So GNS Science are collaborating with the Hydrogeophysics group from Aarhus University, which is based in Denmark. These guys are the absolute leaders in this field. They created the SkyTM technology, and they created software to help process this data. Along with Aarhus University, we're using local contractors for our drilling. So we've got Honors Drilling and Bayliss Brothers Drilling that are both drilling exploratory bores for us. And we're using RDCR from Havelock North for our downhole geophysics. As mentioned as well, we have Amanda Langley from Project House, who's based in Central Hawke's Bay. Amanda was part of the team that successfully applied for that $2.1 million of funding. And she's also part of the Regional Water Security program that is run by Tom Skirman. The Te Whakahiki o Te Wai program, it's a 5-year research program that has funding that's funded through MB Endeavour Fund, I think to the tune of about $9 million. The program's about understanding the origin, pathways and travel times of groundwater and exploring how Mātauranga Māori can be used to reduce predictive uncertainty and groundwater models, and also explore how they can better manage groundwater management. They are completing a national groundwater and surface water age dating campaign across all of New Zealand and trying to build a groundwater model for all of New Zealand as well, which would be a good starting point for other regional councils who want to build their own models to test and explore different issues. On top of that, they come to the Heretaunga Plains, attracted to the Heretaunga Plains to test their methodology. You know, this is a real testament to some of the work that the council staff done, particularly Pavel Rakowski, and building a model that the DNS are familiar with and have trust with to test their research on. So that's a real bonus for Hawke's Bay that they're able to do that work in our region with minimal cost to the ratepayer. As part of that work, they're building some localized models around Bridge Pa to understand how the physical changes in that landscape have affected the flows in the Paratua stream. This work is incorporating some of that SkyTeam data and some recent water age dating by Uwe that is done. The work will help address some of the promises that were proposed in the tank plan change around refining the Heretaunga Plains model and carrying out investigations to understand the flow regimes. So that's amazing stuff. So for me, that's the quick summary I wanted to give to you before I hand it over to GNS to present some of their work. I hope that gives you a good idea or a good overview of what the two programs are about. The two presenters that are going to follow me will follow with a bit more detail. So maybe instead of having questions now, we just carry on with Zara and she plays a video on SkyTeam and we could have questions after that if that works.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, Simon.
Zara, I'm hoping you're there and we can pass on to you.
Yeah, I think if you just stop sharing your screen, then I can get going.
All done.
Is everyone able to see that screen okay?
Yep, we can see it.
Hi, I'm Zara Rawlinson. I'm a hydrogeophysicist from GNS Science, giving you an update today on the Hawke's Bay 3D aquifer mapping project, where we've used an airborne time domain electromagnetic system known as SkyTeam. So I'm going to briefly go over the data collection. You can see here a few photos of the helicopter flying over Hawke's Bay with the SkyTeam system towed beneath it. I'm then going to go into how we're developing resistivity models. In the top right here, you can see an example of a resistivity model where low resistivity is going to be shown in blues and high resistivity in reds. I'm then going to talk about interpretation models. And so, for example, this may be looking at low resistivity corresponding to clays and high resistivity corresponding to gravels. Then go through the benefits and outcomes. So data was collected in these three areas, which are outlined in black: the Heretaunga Plains, Ruataniwha Plains, and the Pakawa and Etana basins. You can see the SkyTeam system here, slung beneath the helicopter. It uses a magnetic field to generate eddy currents in the subsurface. This sets up a secondary magnetic field, and that's what's recorded by the system. The helicopter flies along flight lines, and then there's spaces between those flight lines. So we have really dense data along those flight lines and then roughly around 200 meters gap between them. Each data point is basically a 1D model of the ground, and so we get voltage data that corresponds to that. The benefit of the SkyTeam system is that we get both high moment and low moment voltage data, and this corresponds to getting quite high resolution in the near surface, so the top 50 meters, and then lower resolution down to depths of around 500 meters. We take that voltage data, we do what's known as a mathematical inversion, and from that we develop these electrical resistivity models of the subsurface. So in 1 month, in January, February 2020, we collected close to 8,000 line kilometres of SkyTeam data. And you can see here in black, the lines of data that were collected in the Heretaunga Plains, the Ruataniwha Plains, and the Pakawa and Otana basins. This is a zoom in the Heretaunga Plains, just so you can see the real density of the data that we have, and also that we couldn't just fly straight lines, so there are some wiggles through here where the helicopter had to avoid things like houses. And we also had to stay out of heavily built up areas. And on the right here, you can see the data set coloured by each flight. So you can get an understanding about how the helicopter worked, doing these different chunks in the area. We're currently undertaking some drilling in the Heretaunga and Ruataniwha Plains as well. I won't go into too much detail, but you can see some examples here of some of the materials that we're getting. For example, some thick clays, some coarse gravels, and some fine compacted gravels. And so the intention is that we can use this information to correlate against our resistivity and understand what kind of resistivity values we're getting for each of these different types of material. So this is important because for resistivity models, we don't just have a single number that corresponds to a gravel, for instance. This is an example of ranges that have been developed in the literature over the years from various studies all over the world. And so there's a lot of factors that come into what the resistivity is, which is why we need that sort of ground truthing data for our interpretations. Now, if we look at some of the processing that we're doing, one of those is altitude processing. So where the helicopter went over obstacles like trees, it interrupts its altitude. You can do automatic processing, but that doesn't fully correct for it. And so we went in and did manual corrections over some of these areas. And this is important because the altitude is a number that goes into our mathematical inversion process. We also needed to do manual corrections of the voltage data. And so you can see an example here. This is the low moment data, and this is the high moment data. And you can see this feature here is actually noise. We're right on the edge here of Flaxmere. So this may be something like a power line or a buried cable. The reason that it's really important for us to go through and really carefully remove all of these noise features is because if we don't, this will show up as errors in our resistivity models. And you can see here a resistivity model used with this noise kept in there, and you get this red feature at the surface, which is just an error. So we've gone through all of this voltage data. You can see here where we've seen noise, we've graded out, and then that's removed. And so this is showing the final data that we actually use for our modelling. We then do post-processing checks. So we take that smooth data, we develop preliminary resistivity models, and then we look at our error or our data residual. And where we see high values, we go back in and we assess again. We also compare to maps. So we make sure that, for instance, if we're seeing noise on a particular road, that the data has been cut out at every place along that road so that we're being consistent. So for the Pakawa area, the blue here shows the data that we ended up keeping, and the black here was the data that was removed due to noise. And as we expected, the noise roughly followed the main roads where we see things like power lines. On the right here is what we call the depth of investigation. And this tells us roughly to what depth we trust the data. And this varies depending on the noise, but also the type of geology. So in this area, our depth of investigation varied between 60 metres and 490 metres. So the Pakawa resistivity model has been completed. I'm just showing a video here of the resistivity where we're starting at the surface and we're stepping down through slices of elevation so that you can see the variation in the resistivity. You can see some features like this high resistivity corresponding to limestone ranges. Where down here, this was actually a gravel riverbed. And you can see that here now as we take a cross section through there. And that's actually over top of mudstone, which is that low value. And so as we take cross sections through here, you can see the real variation across the area. Now, if we look at the Hiratonga Plains, we've just recently finished this resistivity model and the draft report is currently under review. Same thing, we'll start at the surface and we'll step down through elevation slices, looking at the change in resistivity. Here you can see some strong features associated with these gravel riverbeds and then coming into this deep basin structure in the centre. And then we'll also take some cross-section views so that you can see what the variation looks like. And now we'll take a couple parallel to the coast. And again, you can see that we have some variation across the area. And here we have some deeper gravels by the river. And finally, if we look at the Ruatani Farm model, this is a preliminary resistivity model. Our processing is close to completion, but we still need to go through our quality checks, our post-processing, our inversion modelling, our final quality checks, and then our reporting. Once again, we're stepping down from the top of the elevation, down through elevation slices, and now taking a few cross sections so you can see the variability. So we look at our interpretation models. I mentioned before that there's a lot of factors that affect the resistivity. So these are things like rock type, porosity, permeability, clay content, moisture content, and fluid properties. And these are all related to aquifer properties. And so this is why having supporting data sets are really important. This is just showing an example through the Hiratonga Plains resistivity model, where this is the resistivity model data, which goes down to approximately 500 metres deep. We have things like these surfaces here, which are developed from seismic interpretations, and these go down to the depth of about 2 kilometres. And we also have lithological logs from drilling. Most of these are less than 50 metres deep, and you can see a zoom in here against the data set. And so that's why it's really important, the few deep drill holes that we have and why we're doing some additional drilling to try and get a bit more information at depth. Now, if we look at the Pakawa area, the boreholes in the area are shown in these black dots and the research boreholes in these green dots. We're also showing the geological surface map in the background and the faults. So if we highlight in green, this is a cross section we're showing here on the left. So you can see here the resistivity model. And here is our conceptual interpretation that we've done of the major hydrogeological units. And so this is what we've used to develop manual surfaces that interpret the resistivity model and split it further. The reason that we need to do this manual interpretation is because we have this limestone here, which has similar values to the gravel. And so we need to separate out these units before we can do further interpretation. This is showing all the points that we've used to do that manual interpretation to develop these surfaces and split the data set. Now, once we've done that split, we can go into each major hydrogeological unit and do a more detailed classification. So this is the riverbed deposits. This is the resistivity model. And here we've done a 6-class classification. And you can see the boreholes shown in orange as gravel and in grey as clay and silt. So the benefits and outcomes are really looking at managing the system. It's very complex. There's a lot of different components. And so the more information we can get to understand that subsurface, the better we can try and manage it. One thing we're developing, and this is just a prototype at the moment, is online data access for the public to look at the models that are being developed. So this is showing the Pakawa data set. You can take a cross section, click your points wherever you want. And then on the right here, you can see the resistivity model, the major hydrogeological units, and then this is a simplified classification. There's also going to be a virtual drill hole tool, so you can pick a point and get a single 1D profile representing what a borehole may look like in the area. The main benefit of the SkyTeam datasets over drilling is the high resolution that you get in sort of infilling the gaps between drill holes. This is an example from the Otana Basin. We can see we had 5 boreholes here. Again, the orange is gravel, the grey is clay. Now this is a simple classification from the SkyTeam dataset. And you can see, we can see that this goes down deeper here and shallows up to here. We can also see that these two are likely to be quite strongly connected. And so if we were modelling the system and trying to understand it more, this is some really useful information to have. Another example from the Bakawa Basin, based on drill hole information previously, a conceptual model had been developed and used in a groundwater model that we had a thin unconfined aquifer, an aquitard that limited flow, and then a deeper aquifer. And so these two were relatively disconnected. From the SkyTeam data set now, we can see that the drill holes sampled a region where this was true, but over here we can see that these are actually connected. And so this becomes really important when we think about how we might manage that system. And so what we're aiming for at the moment, we have these numerical subsurface models that are often quite coarse resolution because we're using boreholes that are quite far apart and often have limited depth. When we look at some predictive modelling, so for instance, looking at resource use and a potential environmental impact, we have quite a large uncertainty. And this makes management decisions very difficult. Where we'd like to get to is the situation where we have higher resolution in the subsurface, we reduce our predictive modelling uncertainty, and so we go towards management that approaches optimising resource capacity. So our next steps are to complete the drilling, including grain size analysis, to complete the Roa Taniwha data processing and resistivity models, finish our hydrogeological interpretations, update 3D geological models in the Roa Taniwha and Heretaunga plains, and finally update the Heretaunga numerical groundwater models. Thank you.
Kia ora, Zara. That was absolutely fascinating, both from yourself and Simon. I think this is probably a good time if we have any questions or comments to Simon or Zara. And Martin Williams, Councillor Williams, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, yeah, totally. That was next level. That was a whole lot of light bulbs went on for me. Thank you, Simon and Zara, about precisely why we were doing this and what value it would add to our management decisions. And I had paragraphs 18 and 19 of the paper in front of me when you were doing your presentation. Can I just test it with a couple of ideas? Would the type of information you're generating through the data being collected and calibrated against the bores that you're doing help us make better informed decisions for the 200 consent renewals that we've got in the tank catchment coming up in terms of exactly where the water is and where it's not? We've got a kind of blanket parameter for tank that there's, it's kind of 100% over allocated, but this would give us a more fine-grained predictive assessment tool for specific consent renewals. Is that going to be one advantage, for example?
Might step in there. So the data really is then used to help improve the numerical models. So we'll take that data and we'll add it to the numerical models, which is of course going to take a bit of time to do. And that will, what Zara's saying, that will reduce the predictive uncertainty. So then when we run scenarios to go, what happens if we pump in this area in terms of effects on surface flow, we can reduce that predictive uncertainty. So it won't immediately be able to give you the answer perhaps that you're looking to explore. It will certainly give you an idea of, hey, are the aquifers at a depth that we thought they were? How well are they connected? But in terms of exploring the impacts of pumping on those surface waterways, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to incorporate that data and the tool sets that we need to do that, if that help answer that.
Yeah,
perhaps I could add that the time frame we're working to here will help inform the Kotahi plan change and ensure that we review our policies reflected in both the Tuki plan and in the tank plan to ensure they are based on the best available information. And certainly I think as the Kotahi plan becomes operative and we are rolling through consent replacements, there will be the opportunity to go to more fine scale management around the specific circumstances of specific places. To date, we've had very broad scale management that has generalized across the catchments, and I think that will provide some significantly enhanced consenting ability.
And just thank you. And just to follow up on that, we've got the stream enhancement augmentation policy that you brought up, which is one of the light bulbs for me about policy 44 of tank. Would this equally help us work out where to store, where to recharge, and where that might have the best benefit for a collective that's wanting to get involved in such a scheme so that they're not subject to irrigation bans?
Again, the data will be used to build these numerical models, which then are tools to test what-if statements. So, in theory, you could run down some water down some streams that you want to test and go, hey, what's the impact if we did that? Will it have the intended benefit that we want? You might be able to explore different parts of the basin that are more optimal for putting in things like recharge basins or injection wells and go, well, here's an area to further investigate. I don't think necessarily you jump at that and go, hey, let's go with it. You just go, let's find some optimal sites and then do a little bit more testing, which is, I think, what they're looking to do as part of that regional water security program. You still collect more information. So it's certainly a tool set among many others to help better inform what you're going to do in that space. Yeah.
Madam Chair, thank you. Could I have one more question, if I may? It's to do with the Whakaheke project, which takes next level up another notch again. But so is one of that interfusion of aeromagnetic and Mātauranga is just absolutely fascinating. Is the idea that you've got a 1,000-year collective of historic knowledge within Mātauranga that you can use to calibrate some of the findings you're finding with this, the science, the Western science that you've been outlining to us? Can you just give us an example in practical terms of how those two information sets have produced a result that's been helpful?
If I can add to that, Councillor, the next presentation from Dr. Moore and Dr. Morgenstern will talk about the Mātauranga.
All right, I'll jump ahead. Sorry, I'll step back.
No worries. Councillor Van Beek and then Councillor Curtin. Councillor Van
Thank
Beek.
you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Jeff Smith, as you know, this has been very dear to my heart, this whole program, and it's really exciting to see some of the pictures and the data that's come out of this whole project. Thank you very much, Zara, much appreciated. And even knowing that in the Heritonga basin, we can get as deep down as 500 meters, which is just amazing. Just before we start any rumors, of course, currently, I don't think we are 100% over allocated in the Heritonga tank basin. Just make sure of that. But just to ask a question for you, Dr. Jeff Smith. The water modelling that we used and did during the tank process that Pavel was so involved in, we've always had questions, how close is it actually to the reality? And we thought that this program would actually give us those answers. And whenever I see you, I ask you the question, I don't know yet, but are we now closer to know how close the water model is that we actually used under the tank program? That's my question. Thank you. And well done to the team.
Yeah, the models that we used to inform the tank plan change process are absolutely fit for purpose, so don't have any problems with those. What this does is it gives us higher resolution so that we can manage at a more local scale. So the stream depletion calculator, for instance, that we're currently using for assessing consents or renewals in the tank catchments, 100% confident in that being fit for purpose. What this does is it reduces the uncertainty with things like the stream depletion zones, for instance, that we've introducing in the tank plan, source protection zones for drinking water, and in areas that we were really transparent about, where the model has so much uncertainty that we weren't confident in the predictions, like for instance around the Bridge Pāpari Tua area. This new information and the new modelling will be able to address those with confidence as well.
Great, thank you very much for that answer. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Chair. And my line of questions on a similar basis. It's just a triumph for science, in my view, that this is a game changer, really is. And just to just delve a little bit more, if I could come back to Zara's modelling, and particularly the last one or two slides. I think you gave the example, I think it was in the Pokawa catchment there, where you located from an existing well, and then you've demonstrated that the information coming from that specific well identified, if you like, a narrow or limited source of water underneath. But then when you expand out to your model, it looked like they were connected, and there looked to be a vast quantity of water available at that point. I guess this can go two ways. You could equally have a borehole that seems to is long and narrow and deep, and you tap into that and assume that's a big quantum, but it goes the other way. Can you just help us? Is that what this information does for us? Does it tell us that the picture underneath is either much more expensive or less expensive than we're gaining from the existing information?
I'm not sure that the volumes themselves will necessarily change, but I think the key difference there is your conceptual understanding of the connections between your superficial units and your deep units. You can improve that understanding connections between different boreholes. And so when you go to model that, you're modelling those sort of connections in the wider systems with more uncertainty.
Could I just follow up, Madam Chair, just in terms of that, and we talked about the higher resolution. If I was the consent holder for that particular well, and this new data had come onto the scene, and in my consent renewal, would I be able to, in that case, take more water or be more confident about the capacity of that take?
Chair, perhaps I'll jump in there because it might not be a question that Sarah can answer.
Sarah can answer, yeah. Yes, please, Ian.
So look, in effect, with the greater understanding is what we're saying is previously that bore might have been considered disconnected from the neighbouring bores. So the view was that there was an equitard that prevented or restricted connection of that bore to other bodies of water. So the new science is actually you're connected to the bigger unit. So if you're taking from that point, you are going to potentially have a depletion effect on nearby bores, so you're going to affect your neighbours, and you're also potentially going to affect wetlands, springs, river flows and other things. So the consenting authority would then go, well actually, rather than viewing your effect as being localised to your bore, you're actually having a broader and perhaps cumulative effect in association with other takes across a wider area. So, really useful information to make sure that overall cumulative effect of all of the takes is being adequately managed. And I guess this is one of the challenges with this sort of work is that, as we pursue a greater understanding of these resources and we broaden our understanding, we start to make these connections and linkages that then have to be translated either into policy, or as Jeff was saying before, factored into decision making when you're replacing consent.
Thanks for that, Ian. That's good.
Fantastic. If there are no other questions, look, I'd just like to thank our presenters and their vast knowledge. I'm sure each of you have done almost a PhD on what you're presenting to us. But yeah, just a big thank you. And I just feel we can make far greater fit for purpose decisions with data like this. It's more accurate and relevant So with that, I'm happy to move to accept this report. And I've got Councillor Curtin second. Councillor Curtin, would you like to speak? Any other speakers? Fantastic, great guys. And we will see you soon with a further update. Kia ora, all those who agree to receive the report. Aye. Thank you. Those against, carried. Thanks, guys. Now we are moving on to, or those who will stay, on to item 13, the update on the Te Whakaheke o Te Wai. So Ian, Jeff?
So, look, I'll just hand it straight over to the team and they can crack into it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've done the introductions now for who's going to be presenting here. So for time's sake, I think we might move straight into the presentation, and we've got Kath and Uwe. I see they're here online. So Kath, if we can just hand it over to you to start things off.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. I'll just share my screen. Okay. So just checking that you can see my screen before I start. Yeah. Simon, can you see? Great. Okay. So Simon's already introduced the program, but just to recap, we have three main streams in the program, Te Whakaheke o Te Wai. The first is a groundwater tracer information and data stream, which Uwe will discuss an example of in a moment. The second is our surface water, groundwater, Mataranga Māori knowledge that Amber Aranui, shown here, is our chief researcher on. I won't go into her part of the work in particular, but I'll touch on it a little bit more in the Bridgepa example. And then there's a suite of models and modelling methods that we're developing to support decision making at a range of different scales that better use those rich sources of information and combine it with other new data like the SkyTeam data. So I'll talk now briefly about the models that we're developing in the Hiratonga Plains. So we have 5 different models in the Hiratonga Plains. We have a national groundwater model, which exists at a really coarse scale, and it's simulating groundwater flow patterns sort of nationwide, but it's also providing a platform for rapid model builds at smaller scales. We're also working again on the Hiratonga Plains model that Pavel developed that we were just discussing a moment ago, that you'll all be familiar with. We're also developing a local model around Bridgepa, which I'll speak about in a moment, and also source protection zone modelling. And finally, we have a statistical model which supports the national groundwater model, and it's used to support groundwater age predictions at the national scale. So here is the regional model that you'll be familiar with, and we're assimilating this new information from the new data that we're gathering to help reduce the uncertainties of the predictions made with this model. And this includes the SkyTeam data that Zara's just presented. The model is also informing the boundary conditions for the smaller models in a similar way to the way that the national model is doing, but with a bit more detail. The biggest change in the model so far is that it now explicitly simulates groundwater age based on the historical movement of tritium in the aquifer. And this is really important for reducing the uncertainty of groundwater quality predictions, but it's also important for groundwater quantity predictions or water allocation. So just a quick movie that's showing the simulation of tritium through the aquifer. You can see up the top here the tritium bomb peak in our recharge, and we can see it propagating through our aquifer system. And you'll note the change of scale at around about 1990, and that's just to show the tritium movement as in the aquifer as tritium levels get lower in the post-bomb period. So we're also looking at source protection zones, and we're focusing in the Hiratonga, we're focusing on the Hastings District Council well fields, And you may recall a few years ago, there were 2 source protection zones developed for these wells by Tonkin and Taylor and also by Pavel using the regional model. And these ellipses are the Tonkin and Taylor source protection zones. And then this coloured contours are the zones developed by Pavel, and this is an upscaled version of those zones in the bottom plot down here. And there's a clear issue in that these 2 zones don't overlap, and the reasons behind it is in part because the Tonkin and Taylor version used a simpler representation of the aquifer system. It wasn't representing the boundaries of the aquifer system so well, in particular the river, and also the heterogeneity of the aquifer properties. It wasn't representing that so well. However, there are also upscaling issues for the regional council model. And so the work we're doing is to see how we can better characterize that heterogeneity using the SkyTeam data along with bore logs. And up here, you can see a picture of what this heterogeneity looks like a little bit. This is in blue, a bit blurry, but that's a pen for scale. And these are the more free or open framework gravels within which most of the groundwater flows within the alluvial system. And then it's surrounded by more clay, silty clay gravels. And these open framework gravels are quite connected in these alluvial sequences and allow for very rapid transport pathways. If we modeled the system in the way that Tonkin and Taylor did, where we averaged those hydraulic properties from the fast moving parts of the gravel and the slow moving parts of the gravel, we can draw a line around these white lines, and within that perimeter, everything within the white area would reach the groundwater well within a 1-year travel time. And that's a significant number for source protection zones delineation. If instead we represent that heterogeneity explicitly, we have just with one realization of the high and low or fast and slow transport pathways, we get these blue lines. So here, if we put a pathogen into groundwater here, it would take 1 year to move from here to our drinking water well. So if we compare the white lines with the blue lines, you can see that these blue lines are at least twice as much in area. So this means that this homogeneous representation of the system can significantly underestimate the area that you need for a source protection zone. So representing those well and then coming up with a way to upscale and robustly at a field scale is really important for robust and reliable source protection zones. So now on to Bridge Pa, where we're concerned with the increasing frequency and duration of low or no flows in the Pariatua stream. The purpose of this model is for our collective understanding, but it can also be used potentially in the future to explore mitigation options more reliably than is currently possible with the regional model. The model is informed by a combination of community observations of flow and then no flow over time, and particularly from the local iwi, as well as the tracer data that Uwe will discuss in a moment, and the council flow and water level data, the new SkyTeam data and geological interpretations, and basically anything we can get our hands on. Just touching on the observations that Amber Aranui is pulling together. These are quite a vast resource of records from the Maori land court records, old historical maps, oral histories, the Colenso reports and writings. It's a vast set of information that she's collated, and now there's a Google map coverage with all of these sites, but she's also linked all of these sites to places where water flow observations have changed over time, and that can be verified with aerial photos or maps or and other things. So we're pulling that information into the model as well. Using this information, we're constructing a kind of catchment biography that's led up to the dry stream bed issues that are occurring today. And to date, this collection of facts indicates that the Pariatua stream is in a poorly drained catchment that was once a swamp and has a low hydraulic conductivity within the aquifer system. And from Uwe's work, we also know that it's got a reasonably low recharge, and that occurs from this foothills area here. The Pariatua stream to date has been largely controlled by surface water drivers, and some of these drivers may have tended to even out impacts over time. That is until the big increase in groundwater fed irrigation in the 1980s through to the present. And the drawdowns in groundwater levels that can be expected in this area because of the low hydraulic conductivity and low recharge rates can be expected to be higher than, say, if we were located somewhere on the other side of Royce Hill, where there's a huge amount of recharge occurring. I'll just also note the gravel extraction that's been occurring in the Nararoro since about the 70s. This potentially could have reduced the driving head of recharge into the aquifer system because of the lowering of the stream bed. So I'll just look at a few components of the catchment biography just to give you some of the examples. From Uwe's work, we have some slight conceptual changes in our understanding of aquifer recharge to this area. Most significantly is that we're not getting recharge from the Nararoro to the southwest of Royce Hill. Instead, that recharge is coming from the foothills. We can also see from the SkyTem data in this middle plot, especially if we look on this side, and geomorphological studies on this right-hand plot, and if we look at this side, that the gravels that we have around Bridge Pa are quite different and a lot lower in permeability than what we have to the northeast of Royce Hill, shown in here. So they're older and less permeable. And we can also look way upstream and downstream of Bridge Pa. So here's Bridge Pa about here. And if we look at the long-term water level records in the Pariatua at Waterwheel, shown here in orange, and the long-term flow records in the Awanui a long way downstream of Bridge Pa, we can see that plotted here in green. And we can see over the last 12 to 18 months that flows have been particularly low. But if we look at that over the length of record, we can also see that this has occurred in the past. In terms of the gravel extraction, we note that the river stage in the Nararoro and at Fern Hill has gone down, as we'd expect from that gravel extraction, and this would indeed reduce the driving head of recharge to the aquifer to some extent. And if we look at the groundwater levels, this is from, in terms of the trends over time, this is from the council's recent report that Simon put together. And we can see that these red arrows are pretty much over the whole area. So there's a large amount of the area that's having a downward trend in groundwater levels. And if we go to Bridge Pa, we have this confounding red and blue triangle right on top of each other. And that the reasons for that can be seen here. So that corresponds to this well, 15004. And you can see over time, the lows have got lower in the summer, but also the highs have got higher, and that the highs have got higher in the August and September period. And we're still trying to figure that out, but it seems that a possibility could be that some water has been released into the Pariatua, perhaps for frost protection or some other reason, we're not sure, but that has raised the water table higher than what used to occur. So we're analysing a lot of data and pulling it all together in this catchment biography, and then using it to test cause and effect hypotheses to better understand the drivers of the system, and then we'll be using that for mitigation. The date that we've given ourselves, the deadline is March early next year to have finished the history matching, and from there we can start looking at different mitigation options that people want to test. So with that, I'll hand over to Uwe, I think, and then have questions, any questions at the end of Uwe's.
Thank you. Yeah. Kia ora. So I will try to launch into it straight away.
Yep, great. We can see that.
Can you see the full screen? Yeah.
No, you've jumped
Just
back.
the presenter screen. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't see it yet.
Yes. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So, yeah. I just want to remind you, so to put all the three streams together, which two of you have already heard. So that's Sarah's SkyTem work and Kat's modeling work. And here comes the isotope data, which basically we can measure the isotopic signature of the water in a groundwater well, and that tells us where the water is coming from and how long it's been underground, so how fast the water is flowing. So basically the SkyTem data tell us how the container looks like of the water, and we can now estimate or basically define how fast the water flows through at different points. And then the model joins all the dots, and then you can basically run various scenarios with these calculated data. This is a figure which we already produced 5 years ago. So that was a conceptual flow model of the Heritanger plains based on the isotope signature of the water. And we already didn't see 5 years ago that there was no signature, no river recharge signature in the area south of Roysel, while the original recharge model said from 30 years ago that there is a river loss from Narororo into the system here. And that is something which we have investigated now. So we are looking basically into these two aspects with this presentation. So is there actually a river recharge from Narororo into this area? Because so this has a large impact on Paritua stream depletion, because if there is no recharge from the river, that would mean it's a much more reduced water availability here. And then we also didn't look at 5 years ago into the 3D structure, and there is some interesting work coming out of this. So to look into 3D, we need wells which allow us to sample water from various depths. And in the Heritanger plains, we have the great opportunity. There are these 3 deep multi-level wells and 3 more shallow ones now. And to my knowledge, there is nowhere else in the whole country where there is such a great opportunity of having the ability to probe the groundwater. So here are these 3 shown. So the Tolemach down to 250 meter, and at various depths we can collect water samples. This is Abatoto, again 250 meter, then various depths, and this is how it looks like. Pipes sticking out of the ground, one goes down to 250, the next one to 150, and so on. Here we can see these multi-level wells, the depth. So I just focus on Abatoto here. So this is about the top one is 10 meter, then about 30 meter, 50 meter, 150 and 250 meter deep. And the results are, which are coming out are quite are extremely interesting. So we see very young water in the shallow system down to actually 100 meter. So even at 100-meter depth, we still see 24-year-old water. And immediately, if we go into the Pleistocene gravels, the water is several thousands of years old. So the three take-home messages are that we can consider the Pleistocene gravels as basement rock. And then at Fluxmere here, the geologic model had predicted that the bedrock, which is the Pleistocene gravel, goes or starts at 50 meter, but that's actually not the case. So in 120-meter depth, we still see extremely young water. So the bedrock, the Pleistocene gravel are much deeper at that site. And what's also very important, that we see such very young water close to the coast here in Abatoto. That means that there is a very active flow toward that point. So here about is the confining, the end of the confining layer. So that is the water lost from the Narororo River, flowing in confined conditions to that point. So if the water flows to that point, it has to also flow away from that point, and the natural flow would be out to sea. And this is again, so this is an example where we see all the different techniques coming together. So this is original SkyTem resistivity data, which I got from Sarah, and exactly here in 50-meter depth down to 100-meter, where we see that very young water, we see that dark blue channels. So dark blue colors mean water-bearing gravel. So we see that channel here, which we can likely interpret as a paleo river, and basically going out to sea. So the implication is, if there is outflow to sea, first is that the water budget would have to be corrected, and second is there is basically, that would mean there's a leak of the aquifer to sea, and that might have implication regarding sea level rise or increasing the pumping rates in the aquifer. So I mentioned already that the flow model which had been used was based on a conceptual model with data from about 40 years ago, and the data. So this is a braided gravel river system where it is very difficult to make assumptions about the groundwater system from surface observations, because there is also quite a lot of underflow happening. So what we are now doing is we are looking into the signature of the water, so we can basically determine where the water comes from. So and already mentioned here in the Paritua area, we have collected many samples now to identify if there is actually really a river flow contribution here, which would be which is shown here as these blue arrows. So here is the new data, and we show so we are using isotope data, radioisotope data to tell us the age, but also just chemistry data. What I'm showing here is chloride. So chloride in the coastal area is much higher in coastal rain than in inland rain. So the Narororo River is recharged, has its catchment up in the center of the North Island, has very low chloride concentration, and we know that this area here contains groundwater recharged from the Narororo River, and we see all the green dots here. So this is low chloride, which is consistent with Narororo recharge. In this area south of Roysel, there is no low chloride concentration. So this is a completely different signature. Very similar, another one, magnesium here. So magnesium is connected to limestone formations down here. And we see very high magnesium concentrations in this area, and very low magnesium concentrations because the Narororo River comes from from a different geology, from a Greybucket catchment. So we have looked into 5 different independent tracers. One calcium and chloride, which I just showed. We also looked into nitrate, the oxygen isotope, and excess air, and these results are all summarized in here. And the green colors, so each segment of a circle stands for one recharge source. Green is rain and blue is river. So we see an overwhelming signature of all different tracers of local rain recharge. There is very unlikely any contribution from the river.
Uwe, can I just ask how much more of the presentation we have, because we're a little tight on time.
Probably 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Probably even less. So we looked from a groundwater signature now, and now we are also looking into the river signature. Is there actually any indication that the river loses water? And what we did is we measured radon in the all along that stretch here. So we used kayaks, and at the same time, we used kayaks to collect water samples, 66 samples along that stretch, and at the same time, hydrologic collected river samples or measured the river flow. And the results are very clear. We see, so the blue dots here, they are increasing up to Royce Hill. So that means the river flow increases. So there is no river loss in this area, which was assumed in the previous model. But past Royce Hill, we see a very large drop of flow. And so the river basically loses most of its flow into the underground system. The same with radon. We see very clearly high radon, here indicated by red points. And high radon means groundwater discharge into the river. So this is consistent with that we see increasing flows, while we see very low radon here, which means the river loses water. And this is the last slide. So all of this information which we are gathering about the Harrowtonga Plains is also feeding into the groundwater system being a source for drinking water. So here are all the drinking water wells shown. These are more than 30 wells in the area, Hastings District Council wells, but also the Napier City Council wells. And we have through a collaboration of between the different institutions, which includes Hawke's Bay Regional Council, GNS, Hastings District Council, and Napier City Council, we have an absolute amazing data set in this area, which provides an knowledge about the groundwater in the drinking water wells, how risky the water is to be used for drinking water purpose. Okay, thank you then.
Thank you, Uwe. Again, very fascinating. I think we could spend all day on this. And unfortunately, we don't quite have the time in this meeting, but can I suggest, Annalie, if you could collect these presentations and make them available in our Stellar folder, so that if we do have any follow-up questions, maybe we can filter them through Ian or Jeff to our scientists. So a very big thank you to you all for coming to present. Uwe, if you could just take down your presentation.
Yep.
Fantastic. If there are no burning questions for this, I'm happy to move and a seconder to receive such fantastic presentations. Councillor Barker, would you like to speak, Councillor Barker?
Just to say that fascinating presentations. These should go to a workshop. There's a million questions that come out of this. The start would be just impossible. So great work, love the science. The only thing I would have at the back of my mind is when you talk about doing partnerships with other groups, did we include Nikki and Heretaunga Tamatia with us and take them on the same journey with us? That's the thing that I have.
Yeah. Good question. Can anyone answer that?
Probably not.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry, absolutely, especially with the Te Whakahiki o Te Wai, Ngāti Kahungunu and Tai Whenua are deeply involved in this, and they've been collaborative partners on the project.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Fantastic. All those who agree to receive the report, say aye. Yep. Those against, carried. Thank you very much. Ka pai koutou. So we will stop for lunch now. Can I suggest that you spend 15 minutes making it, and now the 15 minutes coming back here and resuming? Ka pai. So if we can be back at 20 past, and we can eat and listen and resume our meeting. Ka pai.
Can't get my KFC down that quick.
You better run, Craig.
It's level 3, level 2.
Ka pai, we'll see you soon.
really, there's not a lot of introduction. This is just an update on progress of our 4 IRG funded projects. And then next we'll hear from Martina to do a bit of a check-in on where we're currently at with the public use of rivers project. So I'll just hand it across to Dave.
Good afternoon. Firstly, can you let me know if that presentation is up on the screen? I'm not
Yes,
familiar with Zoom. Excellent.
It is, and good moustache, by the way.
Thank you kindly. Yeah, basically, in the interest of keeping the clock ticking over, I'll take the paper as read, and I'm going to just talk to the presentation around some points of interest, and we'll happy to take some questions at the end of this paper, or at a later time if that suits. So yeah, just off the back of the SkyTime presentation, which I have to agree was fantastic as well. I think this is really quite an appropriate dovetail into how we're managing some of our stock bank assets. Up here we've got the Hertonga Plains Flood Control Scheme. This is a sample of the geophysical testing data, which is a similar type of technology as the SkyTime, but it's way more focused on the stock bank itself. And in the area on the second graph there, we show a small area of blue, which is an anomaly where the shear wave velocity changes as it passes through the stock bank. So this is kind of like a triage assessment of the stock bank to understand if there are any underlying issues in the subsoil. This anomaly was identified. There were a number of anomalies that we've targeted geotechnical testing, and that correlates with the geophysical test data. And on this particular occasion, we've identified an unknown service that was in the berm. Taking a step back, the Hertonga Plains Flood Control Scheme site location plan here on the left shows committed sites through the IRG project shown in red. In yellow, targeted sites for investigation in yellow, and then in green are the remaining sites that go on beyond the IRG funding period. On the right is just last week actually, level 3, with a contractor on site doing some test pit holes to prove some of these anomalies and understand where some of these targeted geophysical anomalies sit and whether that increases our risk of our assets. And as mentioned, we had some unknown services just in the middle of that extracted area where they've stripped the topsoil off the side of the stock bank there in the berm. So in terms of cost benefit, the geophysical assessments have been extremely helpful in understanding without poking holes through our assets, whether we have any issues that we need to specifically target through geotechnical testing. So yep, just a nod to that. Other areas of interest include archaeological data that we've managed to collate through local archaeologists to map known archaeological sites. Now this is a bit of a busy slide, but ultimately what we're trying to put forward here is that we're using this as a really powerful desktop risk management tool, and understanding whether any of our sites have got some significant issues. And if we look at the table in discussion item 9 on page 2, Omaranui Stock Bank is a prime example of this. So the round spheres indicate different known archaeological sites, and the zone or buffer area of those spheres is basically dictated by the level of risk of those sites. So the one marked V21/67 is a PA battlefield site, and this particular archaeological site has put this program or this physical works on hold into year 2. So very, very useful. And I guess we're kind of trying to showcase this across the organization and have everyone be able to try and tap into this as a GIS layer. So this is kind of like a subset of our risk management process when we look at all our different sites. I think we've missed a slide here somewhere. Okay, I think there's a missing slide in here. We're gonna scoot on to the second site. Maybe see if I can stop this and restart it. We've lost. Let's try this. Apologies. So the second site is the Upper
I
Tukey
don't
gravel.
apologise. Can we share the rest of the album? It looks more interesting.
The rest of the Upper Tukey gravel extraction, we've undertaken a prioritisation programme based on freeboard levels, annual flood risk and lateral erosion risks to arrive at a number of prioritised sites for access to extract gravel. And these are shown on this next slide. We've got our top 50 points through the modelling, and these sites are shown the higher priority or the more availability of material, shown in red, and the white area that's hatched to the southeast is the Chilean needlegrass infestation area. So we're using this data to dictate how we're going to prioritise some of these key sites when they go out to tender for contractors as part of the expression of interest.
Yeah, David, can I just stop you there? Giraffe, can you please turn off your microphone? Thank you. All right, yep, you're off, David.
Thank you. As part of the work that's been undertaken to date, we've received a request for information through a number of transportation and gravel extracting companies. I think of all the requests that went out, we received, I think, 17 or 18 out of a potential 50 or 60. So yeah, some information, I guess, is better than nothing. And this is going to help us to understand what would be a reasonable rate to put to subsidise the transportation portion of gravel extraction. So we've got 3 different scenarios that were put into the RFI. We've got a short distance of 7 kilometres from source, 45 kilometres, and then something more commensurate with transporting material from Upper Tukey down to Napier. And you can see that the ranges are pretty broad. So we're using this as a bit of a benchmark for our expression of interest and what would be fair and reasonable to contribute to transportation costs for the Upper Tukey extraction. Next project, number 3, is the Upper Tukey flood control scheme at State Highway 50 Waipawa. Now this project has been completed, and we'll be very pleased to know that the channel itself, the river channel, has taken on a very well established braided formation, and the ecological benefits through our independent ecologist, he's delighted with the results with regards to bird species, particularly for nesting and breeding of some of our endangered bird species in the region. Left and right banks have highlighted here in green. This shows the extent of some of our planting that's been done as well. And you can see underneath there the outline of some of the edge protection. The river downstream, looking towards the bridge, again, the river is braided and it sits very neatly within the design channel, which is shown here in red on the left and right bank. Left bank shows in green there the extent of edge protection, which is the planted willows or pole planting, and the blue area shown is the native planting area. We're very fortunate to have the Kaitiaki Rangers assist us with a substantial amount of work on this project, and part of our training and upskilling was through the works group, and we're looking to try and extend their engagement into some of our other key projects moving forward. So fantastic. Project 4, Upper Tukey flood control scheme. Oh, pardon me, this is incorrect. This is the Wairoa sheet piled wall. We have the contractor has procured sheet piles, particularly difficult in the current climate, particularly with materials being imported and exported. And we have ended up having to pay a premium to have this material arrive and landed in New Zealand. So we're pretty confident now with the step change in alert levels that we should be able to get underway with this project in spring this year. Detailed design has been complete and physical works, starting in spring. Enabling works have also been completed by Wairoa District Council, and we have a pending cultural impact assessment that's going to be supporting our project. That was it. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions now.
Oh, fantastic, David. Really appreciate that you're coming back to us almost every EICC with these updates, because with a chain of understanding where the project's at, it is really helpful. So thank you for that. Do we have any questions for David? Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, David, for that presentation. So as all the staff know, and council as well, from the LTP submissions, that we have some targeted ratepayers in the Upper Tukituk flood scheme that are reasonably passionate about this topic, and with particular regard to their perception that their level of service, if you like, is decreased over the years. But and I guess so that all the ratepayers, including these targeted ratepayers, have now received their new rates for the new year we're in. And so I've noticed the increase in that targeted rate, largely due to us accepting this project and making our contribution to the central government funds. But to them, they've seen no progress themselves to date around this project. And by that I mean physically extracting gravel out of the river. So my question to you is, when are we likely to see diggers in rivers? Because some of these ratepayers, as you know, are kind of along the lines of we'll believe it when we see it, otherwise they're getting pretty hot under the collar.
Yeah, fair question, and yeah, the discussions that we've had up until now and will continue to have with the ratepayers in that region are certainly quite constructive. And I guess not to belittle the amount of work that's been undertaken on this sort of below the water, if you like, without actually having physical works occurring on site as part of the IRG programme. We expect the expression of interest information to be sent out to potential contractors and tenderers by the end of this calendar month, with a view to undertake physical works to extract gravel within this programme by the end of next calendar month, so the end of October. Those are the dates that we're trying to work to. That obviously doesn't exclude any business as usual extraction of gravel within the Upper Tuki scheme area. I think there are a number of consents that have been let out as part of business as usual. So yeah, we'll continue to push as hard as we can at this end, mindful that lands us with a 25-month programme. And I guess the more important thing for us is to make sure that we've got a robust, defendable commercial model that can stand up to scrutiny, and that is fair across the board for smaller local contractors and some of the larger guys from outside of the region as well. So.
Is that helpful, Councillor Foley? Yep. Thank you. Are there any more questions? No. If not, I'm happy to move in receiving the update. And Yurif, you're seconding. Just to say that, I commend the team in their endeavour to strive towards building biodiversity within their new projects, and also working with those community groups like the Kaitiaki Rangers to be able to achieve that. Yurif, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, once again, I endorse that. Whenever we start working in our river booms on stop banks, that we actually can return them to some biodiversity that actually is in line with New Zealand fauna. And so, because at the moment it looks pretty sort of willows and poplars and old man's beard, it doesn't look very good, so we've got an opportunity to actually replace that and actually make it more pleasurable for also the community to enjoy. Thank you. Apart from being very safe at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Fantastic, great. All those who agree in receiving the update, say aye or thumbs up. Thank you. Those against? Carried. Thank you, David.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Fantastic. Let's move on to the public use of rivers item. And we have Martina join us in this as well. Thanks, Chris. Just unmute yourself, mate. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So look, I'll just introduce Martina. This is really just a check-in as to where we're at with the public use of rivers. You will recall this work was initially started quite a few years ago and was paused for the input from both the the level of service work that David's been working on, but also recognise we need to go through a substantial iwi consultation on this as well. So that's sort of where we're at. And Martina will just give us a bit of a brief update, and happy to answer questions. Over to you, Martina. You're silent.
Can't hear you yet, Martina. Maybe take down your presentation and then start again.
No.
No, can't hear you either. Just going to change rooms.
Change rooms. She might come into my office.
Chair, one option is we just move to the next item, the nominations on certificates of appreciation, and just come back to this once Martina's got.
Oh, no, here's Martina now.
Right.
Are you ready?
Yes, sorry, I have to actually leave my desk. I don't know what has happened there. I'm just going to find my presentation. Sorry about that. Right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep, all good.
Right. Share 3.
Well, we could just go to the next item, and that would take
okay.
the pressure off Martina while she just
figures that out.
sorts herself out.
Good idea.
Yep.
Thank you. So we've all moved to item 16. So Leanne, are you there to take us through that?
Chair, it's a pretty straightforward item. We've done this several times before. I'm happy just to move the recommendations straight away in the interest of time.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to second.
Second it. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, either of you? No. Fantastic. All those who agree, say aye. Those against, carry. Thank you very much. We might actually move on to the discussion of the minor item while we're still waiting. Councillor Foss.
Oh, okay. Annalie, are you ready to go? I need Annalie's help on this.
One moment.
Okay, well, I'll just introduce it. Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to talk quickly about an item which is very dear to me. It's waterways, pollution in and around Heretaunga Plains in particular. Recently, I discovered the pollution in and around Karatu Whenua Stream, which is just near Palmbrook in Havelock North. I have a small video which only goes for just over a minute, which I'll share with you. It's just a great example of, I'm not trying to point blame here, but there's a long-standing example of an old dump site right beside a stream, which is now leaching plastics and contaminants into the stream and a waterway. There's a complication, and that's one of these areas where it's looked after by an MOU under between Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Hastings District Council. Really, I just want to share with you the video itself. There's a bit of commentary that I took upon it, but to me, this is as much same as possums, pollution, etc. The question here is, are we doing all we can to help manage and mitigate it, regardless of who's responsible for the area in and around the stream? Annalie, that doesn't look very promising, that thing in the middle there, or are we ready? Are we good to go?
Here it goes.
And has it got sound? Okay, I'll just leave it there. It speaks for itself. There's audio with it.
Where's the voice? Where's your David Attenborough voiceover, Craig?
Someone could have great fun with that looking at one of our meetings, I'm sure. But I'll just ad lib. Look, this is just near Palmbrook Stream area reserved at the end of Havelock North. This is an old dump which has been planted. There's no worries there at all. There's heaps of these all around Hawke's Bay, except there's some very recent material there. There's an old dog roll there. Now this has been tried to be treated with plantain, but it's the rains and weeding has kind of re-exposed it. It's a big deal. There was concerns there was asbestos in there. Apparently that's not. I understand Hastings District Council is doing what they can. My question is, this has been here for a long time. I believe we have a responsibility as regional council to have a look and try and quicken progress on. There's residences all around this particular stream here. It's a beautiful walkway. Volunteer groups do a lot. But look at all that. That's all plastic, you can see, which ends up at the bottom of the stream and therefore flows down to the Karamu itself. So when I've raised issues before about long-standing pollution, such as tyres in the Karamu stream, which members of the public have alerted us to, and we've lifted them out, or pollution, regardless of who's to blame, or what we see there, it didn't happen yesterday. It's been there for quite some time. And I'm more than encouraging of us to take the lead, to take ownership, and encourage, to put it gently, responsible organisations to manage and mitigate it and fix it and prevent it. I mean, the analogy I always make is if someone was to turn up with a truck and dump that kind of stuff in that stream right now, they'd be before the courts and prosecuted. That's how I look at these things. Again, I'm not trying to undo history. It was common practice back in the day, but our expectations are much higher than that now of our waterways. So thanks, Chair, and thanks for sharing. That is on my Facebook site, that particular video, if anyone wants to see it. And again, those things that are particularly interesting public, that's one of the highest views videos I've ever put up there. It's about 3,500 views. So there is strong interest in these matters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for sharing, Councillor Foss. Are we ready, Martina?
Yes, we are. I'll be using David Kerker computer, so I can kind of maybe use his voice as well. So I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yep. Yes, we
Great.
can.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for the patience and apologies for these technical difficulties. So I take the paper has been read, so I'm just gonna kind of go through a few slides, just a key point to this paper. So, okay, right. So when we are talking about Hedruga Plain Flood Control Scheme public access to rivers or public use of rivers, really what we are talking about is the accesses to the main point to the river, or we are talking about an areas which are used for public enjoyment or recreational, or for gravel extraction and or planting, or something we're still using the Berm area or the land between the Stobbank and Stobbank for grazing. So this is just a schematic photos to show you the green area is the area when we kind of say that's the area we're using for public enjoyment or planting, where the blue one is the really active river channel where we normally take gravel extraction activities. So we still are dealing with an issue, and really I just picked the three biggest one, and that is the rubbish dumping, as you can see, motor vehicle and vandalism, and that is in the area where we have the access for people to enjoy, but some people take advantage of it. And then it's a signage or lack of. So those are the key issues, and I think we already have kind of plan to deal with those issues. So public use of rivers is a project, but this project needs to be really tightly linked with other projects or key focus area, and those are level of services upgrade RG project, because we are talking about the area which is basically between Stowbank and Stowbank. So if we are upgrading the Stowbank, there is a really good potential to make or plan what do we do with the berm area after the Stowbank is upgraded. So that's the focus, that's the first 3 years. But the public use of rivers is not just the 3 years program, it is way bigger than that. It's to looking at, okay, what are we doing with those areas in the future? So we really want to make a plan 10 plus years where we are thinking about, okay, so how are we managing it? What are we investing? How are we changing our practices? And then that's pretty much linked with the next very important step is the EV consultation and engagement. So as Chris mentioned, we have done this piece of work and we know what the issues are, we potentially know what the solutions are, but what we really have to do is to understand what a cultural aspect, the value we can bring to those areas, to really talk to EV groups and engage them, and then take them on this journey with us and hear what their values are, and how we can incorporate those with how we are managing rivers. And then all this is going to pretty much create the long-term capital work program, because then we will know what we're spending, when we're spending in, and everyone is going to have visibility of this program. So that's pretty much, that's kind of like a really quick summary on this paper. And really the next steps are to talk to or engaged EB and start the engagement and start the conversation with them and find out what is the cultural value, how can we incorporate it with not just the RG project, but for the future as well. That's all from me. Any questions?
Thank you, Martina. Just put down the screen.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Fantastic. We have a question from Councillor Foss.
Thanks, Chair. Chris or Martina, 6.1 in your paper says grazing has been reduced and other activities trialled in around the streams, and it specifically says no grazing on the Karamu stream. Are you sure that's the case? Because I'm very concerned that Hawke's Bay Regional Council is the landlord and leasing land out to people grazing on the stream.
So we don't have any cattle grazing. If we do graze, it's for sheep, which we'll be looking or reducing, but grazing some cattle on river berm area, but that is a long-term plan to reduce that as well. But on the Karamu, the only grazing we have is sheep.
Are you sure? So only sheep. Yeah. Okay. If I was farming, say in I don't know, Otani somewhere, would I be able to graze up against a stream with anything but not cattle? No. Is that correct? I couldn't.
On the Karamu, or are we talking about?
No, anywhere else, just in rural. Under farm management plan, could I say I'm going to graze up to that stream, but just not cattle?
Sorry.
Well, my point is just that we lead by example, and I don't think people can apply or farm up to stream, graze on riparian margins, cattle or otherwise. And I see grazing going on around the streams and around the Karamu area. And so I'm concerned that we're party to that, regardless of what time frame some regulatory thing may change. I think we should morally take the lead now and not be party to anything. And I'd love to know that we are not, but I keep hearing and seeing, in fact, grazing beside the streams.
Right, so I guess I can provide some comment on that. So when we say we have leasing for grazing, we do meet the grazing requirements. We're not grazing in the active channel, and we're keeping that minimum distance required from the active channel. And a lot of our berm land, which I think if you look at Martina's diagram, there's a particular colour for the berm land, which is outside of the annual flood. So we have a view to reduce grazing. We don't have a hard number to reduce it totally, and that's something we're happy to take direction on. But currently, the public use of rivers doesn't have a date target for ceasing grazing as a management tool, albeit conforming with both our rules and the central government rules around grazing. And for instance, ECAN define their schemes as part of the active river channel, so they don't graze within their scheme areas at all. But that's currently not a policy position for us, but a very good suggestion that we can take that on as part of the public use of rivers work.
Thanks very much. I just flagged that, but your paper does say no grazing on the Karangaroo stream, 0.6.1. So anyway, point made, and I flagged that as a very strong interest of mine for us to take leadership. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Foss. Councillor Barker and then Fenbeck. Unmute.
I just preface my question with an observation. I have walked extensively on the sides of the Tutaikuri, Ngararu, Waipawa, Tukituki, etc. And I've been stunned to see how much rubbish is parked on the side of our rivers. I've been stunned at how remote it is from the road and how extensive it is. It's old sofas, TVs, fridges, you name it. It's just horrendous, big piles of it. A question is, but not for today, how can we work with the public and others to diminish the amount of rubbish or stop the amount of rubbish getting put on the sides of our rivers? It is just an issue that's going to grow and grow unless we can turn it around somehow. Obviously, people are being completely furtive in the way they do it. They're working very hard to get to where they do, and the amount of stuff they're dumping is extensive. So we've got to find a solution to this, because it's just going to get worse unless we do.
Yep.
Without cutting access off to the river. So I'd like to come back with some thoughts that sometime in the future. We appreciate it. Thank you.
So we already looked into those options as to how we can kind of eliminate or kind of stop those activities. And that's perhaps the reason why we close some of the accesses to the rivers. And also another one is we are going to be getting another ranger. So if we increase the visibility of, if we have more ranger present, or if we enhance those areas, people will think twice if they dump the rubbish there. So we are already planning how we can stop or decrease these activities.
Thank you. Councillor Fenbeck.
Yeah, similar to our chair, I'm appalled about the rubbish that gets dumped on our river parks, and currently I'm dealing with an issue in the Puketapu area. I can't understand, why do we allow the public to actually go over a stop bank and park their cars on the other side of the stop bank? They actually make that room area available. If they actually wanting to enjoy the outside, have a parking area where they stay off the stop bank, park, and then they can walk into the river berm, and that means that they can enjoy it. They get a bit of exercise. Most of these people do need a bit of exercise, get some fresh air, but also it actually will stop them from actually taking their cars and burn them out, dump rubbish and take off again. And coming to fly dumping, I think we haven't had, and I've asked this question before to the council, why actually haven't we led a strategy program with Hastings District Council, Napier, communities local communities around these areas like Marakakaha and Puketap and other areas. They actually work with the community and tangata whenua to actually work out a strategy how we actually can stop this from happening. If we as staff think that we can actually stop a fly dumping from happening, forget it. It won't work. We've said it before. We need to have community on board and eyes and ears of community as well. And we need to actually make sure that we don't get this antisocial behavior. I live on a river and I see antisocial behavior all the time. That's from a certain group of people. And definitely the highways and the cycle tracks on the stop banks, they attract a lot of antisocial behavior. And we need to really put a strategy in place, not by Hastings District Council, Hawke's Bay Regional Council, but actually all concerned. That's the only way we're going to fix it.
Thank you. And I 100% agree with you there, Councillor Fanbake. And collaborative approach is always more successful than just one person doing the job. We have Councillor Foley next.
Thanks, Chair. Just in addition to those last two comments and to add to that, so down in Waipukaro, we had similar disregard for our asset. It wasn't dumping rubbish, but it was horses riding on a freshly limed track with signage and barriers to say keep off, whether it be horses, motorcycles or cars. And it took a member of the community to film these horse riders in action, and they're now to appear in court. So I think that's a good outcome, and that was the community doing its bit to help out.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. I have a question for you, Martina. So next steps in terms of building the public use policy, and you've heard all these concerns, particularly around rubbish and the need for community engagement and collaborative partnerships. Now, is that the next step? We're going to start to get into the detail in building this policy? Can you talk about that?
So next steps are going to be first engage with all users. So that first of all with the EV group and understand the cultural value. So working with them first, and then with other river user and community, and get them on board and work with them and get all the ideas and see what we can do and build from that the plan of work.
Fantastic, thank you. Are there any other questions for Martina about this? No. Could we please have a mover and a seconder? So Councillor Fanbake and Councillor Barker, would you like to, Councillor Fanbake, would you like to speak? Right, Councillor Barker, any other speakers? Okay, all those who agree to receive the report? Aye. Thank you. Carried.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Martina, and thank you, members and staff, for your patience today. We have got there 5 minutes over. And I believe that we have a workshop at 2:30 with you, Chair Rick. Yep, leading us. So what we might do before we close up is have our karakia. If you're still there, Piri, would you like to lead us in our karakia?
Well done, Madam Chair. Great cheering.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Chair. Our karakia is the one that we started with, and first line goes whakataka te hau. Kia ora tata. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kiuta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei Māori ora. Kia ora tata.
Kia ora koutou. Ka kite. See you in a minute.
See you too.